Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome on in. Let me, let's see. Let me share this differently. Hang on just a second. Welcome on in, everybody. Let's do this one first, actually. Big day today, huh? So, yeah. Did anybody notice the actual, like the thumbnail and the title of this live stream? Actually, I think I can do this in case you didn't see it. Nightbot coming in clutch. Welcome to Super Planner Girl. Welcome to Truth Seeker. Happy to see you guys. Love y'all. I know Twiz is going to be here. We are already talking. I do believe, or as Michael Scott would say, I do declare from that one episode of The Office. Wow. Okay. So I got home from work and I've been pretty much ever since working on getting things put together for this live stream. It's sort of funny because with the way that the pictures that have come out, they're sort of like scattered about. So you kind of have to like scour the internet with a bunch of different sources to find the same picture, but the one that is, the most, the best quality or whatever, because sometimes it's like people taking screenshots and all kinds of stuff. So anyway, I got a bunch of stuff put together here for you guys. I'm really excited to go through everything. So the title, right? Thanks, Nightbot. The Crime Scene Speaks. So that's, a bit of a nod to Trooper Paul from Karen Reed. The Crime Scene Speaks. But it does. It really does. The way he said it was really funny because he said it's like it talked to him, right? Just different. But the Crime Scene Speaks. So, all right. For those of you guys who didn't know, the pictures that have come out are not from law enforcement, like officially. It's from, I think it's one of the law enforcement officers taken with their cell phone. The official pictures that would have been used as exhibits at trial will be released through the, little by little through the unsealing of the court documents because they were already referenced as exhibits. And in fact, Judge Hippler references those exact photos in his most recent order, which we will probably not cover tonight. We'll probably cover that next time. I was going to do it tonight, but then all these pictures came out, so it kind of had to change plans a little bit. Welcome to P. Fox. Happy to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, I will say, too, so I've been referencing on all these recent live streams, I've been referencing the 5-part series that we did on plea deals. And the 5-part series are in the playlist for Idaho v. Kohberger, right? And they're all in a row. But I went ahead and made a separate playlist in addition with just those 5 videos. So there is now, for anyone who didn't get to see it, there's now a playlist that is literally the plea deal series deep dive with those 5 episodes and or those 5 live streams. And what I'm doing now is in the video descriptions for all these live streams that we're doing now, I always have a link to the playlist, but I'm also for Idaho v. Kohberger. But now I have 2 links. I have a link to just the playlist for the plea deal series because we've been talking about it so much. And then I also have a link for the playlist. So for anyone who missed it, trying to make it really easy for anyone to get caught up on that because we did a lot. I thought it was really good what we went through. And P. Fox gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Love it. Welcome, Victorine. Happy to see you. P. Fox was correct. Was writing wrong there. I'm not green. What the? Love it. Welcome on in, everybody who's getting here. And Nana Cal, I believe we have another new squirrel friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't think I've seen you before unless you have. Sometimes people have more than one account. So let us know if you're new. Happy to see you. Love it. So Squirrel Crew's the best. And, like I said, Twiz should be here at some point. He has the special co-host status. And don't worry, we're gonna do, as always now, our new thing. We're gonna do an installment of Twiz Bits. Don't worry, guys. I've got that ready and planned to go for tonight as well. Our new Twiz Bits series. So let me see what else I had written down. Playlist. Okay. And Victorine became a new member. Awesome. Love it. Love it. So what I have up here, guys, is this is the, so far we've been going through these reports, right, in chronological order. And so far where we are at, we only had one of these documents there, because I don't know, there could be others, right? But so far, one of them, of the ones we've been through, detailed the crime scene. So I went ahead and got this ready, and these are the highlights that I had made from when we covered this. It was probably like, what, maybe 2 live streams ago, maybe? I went ahead and pulled this up so that we can reference it if we need to, in terms of like their positioning. And what we can do is when we look at these pictures, we can reference what was described as their positioning. And then also, I happen to have queued up the videos of the house from when it was vacant before they moved in. So you can see like every room in the house and it's completely vacant. So we'll have that to compare to. And that way we can try to get a lay of the land and understanding of what was going on, basically, as much as we can with what we have so far. You're new from down under. Love it. We have a lot of friends, actually, scroll friends that are that join us from Australia. So shout out to Australia and all our scroll friends in Australia. I'm sure at least one of them will be here at some point tonight. And we also have Tanel in New Zealand. So shout out to New Zealand as well. So welcome, welcome, welcome. The commands also for anyone who's interested can be found here. And then I'll also put a link for becoming a member too. Sweet. We love Nightbot. So, okay. So I have this ready. So let's do, what should we do first? Oh, okay. I have so many thoughts. Okay, I'm trying to think of how I want to do this in order. Okay, let's do this. Let me unshare, reshare so we can go through this part. So for anyone who hasn't seen these pictures, you know, I'll go ahead and just say, like, you don't see the bodies. They're redacted. Okay, first things first. But also, I'll just go ahead and put a blanket, you know, obviously we're talking about crime scenes like we do in every case, right? So, you know, just fair warning that this will be, there will be some blood. Again, you're not going to see any bodies, but, you know, there will be some blood. So just warning that there will be blood, like one of my favorite movies, basically. How are you still not green, P Fox? I thought you became hold on. Oh, I think you gifted memberships, but you didn't become a member yourself. And speaking of Australia, welcome to Moonvale, who's also in Australia. So far, we got the two Australian friends here. And then we have P Fox becoming a new member. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Angel D is another scroll friend in Australia. Like I said, we got Tanel in New Zealand. And there's definitely more Aussie squirrels, but I just can't remember off the top of my head right now. Yeah, how about now? Now we're good. Now we're good to go. Now we're good to go. All right, guys. So we have the stairs, obviously. All right. Okay, so I didn't know which order these were going to be in. So this is one of the more graphic, or probably the most of the ones that have come out so far. Now, one thing that I thought was interesting. So this is from Twiz sent me this, and you can see it's, and NBC bought these pictures or whatever, got them. But what's interesting is that I just wanted to point out the difference here. So when I found, so some of these pictures that I was able to find were, they're all, again, there's all these different places where I'm finding them. But I found some of them were on Reddit that weren't on other, I don't know. But the one that I got from Reddit, look at the difference in the color. I mean, I'm not saying anyone has even edited these on purpose, but they should be the exact same picture. Let me zoom out so they can be exactly here. They should be exactly the same, but there's a big difference in the color. Just interesting to note. Make them the same size. Okay. So we're going to come back to these. Let's go forward though. We'll come back to these ones. Okay, so this is interesting. Obviously, this was taken after they had collected a bunch of stuff, right? Because like obviously everything is gone except for this whole plant. So, you know, the white powder here, right? Notice the light switch is off. Thank you for that, Lexi. Let's go back and take a look. Right, the light switch is off. And again, this would be Matt. Again, we'll talk more about it. This would be Maddie's. This is going to be Maddie's bed. Now, what I will say is this, though: if the significance of the light switch, right? I mean, it would make sense that it's off because they were asleep. But in terms of the lighting, remember, by the time they got there, it was during the day, first of all. So there could be some lighting from the daylight when these pictures were taken, but also, you know that they had flashlights, right? So, you know, shining a flashlight towards the corner potentially, or there could also be another light in the room that they did turn on, a lamp. I don't know. Probably, you know, it would have been best if they didn't turn any lights on. But point being that even if they didn't turn any lights on, this would have been during the day, and they're clearly shining a flashlight, I think. So they were texting Jack. Maddie and Kaylee were. I haven't gotten, if that's in the renew reports, I haven't gotten that far yet. And that was not, I don't think that came up in the like in the document, the court docs that had the text messages and stuff. I don't think that was in there. Basically, I didn't know that, I haven't come across that yet. I thought that Maddie and Kaylee were asleep. I mean, but they still could have been asleep with the light or text, even if they were awake and texting. I mean, ostensibly the light was off. Unless the idea is like law enforcement turned the light switch off in order to, I mean, I don't know. I would be surprised if they did. I would be shocked if they touched this light switch, because if you're coming in here for this crime scene, that light switch is going to be something you're going to swab for DNA. Obviously, like, don't, you know what I mean? So I would be shocked if law enforcement. Another thing too, I will say, have you guys ever lived in places where the light switch is opposite? Where like, for example, if you have like lamps connected, I've got one right here in this room actually, where the light, I keep the lamp on with like the button for the lamp is on. But like the way it works with the light switch is like if the light switch is, or if you have light switches more than one in the same room that connect to the same light. So my kitchen is like that. So my overhead light in the kitchen, there's a couple different light switches that you can use to turn it on. And the one that I always use is backwards, where it's like, if it's the light's on, it's down. Anyway, so that's another thing that could just throw a monkey wrench if we're trying to figure out the deal with light switch, because, you know, it can, have you guys ever had that happen with y'all? I promise I'm not crazy. I could go and take a picture right now in my kitchen and you'll see the lights on and the light switch, it looks like it's off, but the other light switch on the other side of the room is on. So, the texts were mentioned and referenced many, many times. I don't know how I missed that. I don't know. Do you remember any document specifically? The last text was 2:54 a.m. Huh. Well, I'm glad you guys, this is why Scroll Crew is the best, because I can't remember everything, and again, I haven't come across everything yet if it is something from the new reports, but I know many of you guys have, and so I love all of y'all sharing your knowledge. Okay, so let's go forward. So yeah, so this part here with the hands though, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it looks kind of like somebody is like trying to be funny and scare you, you know, and like putting their, because that, you know, that's like what they would do, and maybe as like a prank, like you go up and put your hands like, but like, what would anyone have any reason to do that in real life? I don't know. But the other thing that I think is interesting is the white powder, because, you know, if you've got glass, right, you wouldn't really know where there's fingerprints or handprints or even just a partial smudge. Like, in other words, what's weird to me is that there's not white powder evenly covering this entire window. How is there just white powder only where the hands are? You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't they have dusted the entire window? That's just my personal perspective on that one. Yeah, Nana, a new girlfriend says, yeah, trying to scare someone. So I just don't know why. Like, why wouldn't you have dusted the whole thing evenly? I don't know. Need some Ziza saying they're small hands. Can you really tell though? I mean, I guess if we're putting it into perspective with like the napkin holder, I don't know. It'd be kind of hard to tell like how, you know, for me anyway, looking at it. I mean, I think the thing is what we can say about these hands is they're not Bryan's hands. And here's why we can say that. Because one, it would have come up already in the docs. But two, even beyond that, they dusted for fingerprints, right? And after he got arrested, they took his fingerprint. So had their, I mean, and remember, they also lifted fingerprints elsewhere as well. Anyway, what we do know is that none of the places where they collected fingerprints from match Bryan Kohberger, because that would have been confirmed already. Because when you get arrested for a quadruple homicide, just like how they take your DNA, they also take your fingerprints. So these are not Bryan's hands. Like, we do know that for sure. Hi, Kitsmits, welcome. Happy to see you. Yeah, they're not relevant to him. 100%, they're not relevant to him. Yeah, the thing that is more interesting to me about this is that. Oh, interesting. So, but if something was just dusty, wouldn't it be even? Like, the thing that is interesting to me about this, again, I never thought they were Bryan's hands, but you could see how if you're law enforcement at an initial crime scene, you wouldn't know whose hands they are, and so it makes sense that you would go ahead and take a picture of it, right? But the thing that's interesting to me is whether this is powder for fingerprinting or dust because of dust. The thing that's odd to me is that it's not evenly distributed and it's literally only where the hands are. That's the thing that's weird to me. Like how, like that's odd. That's just odd to me. Welcome. Don't be hating. Like, wouldn't you guys think that the white powder, whether it's fingerprinting powder or dust from being the window, like, shouldn't it be more like, I don't know, shouldn't not just be only exactly where those hands are? And like, I don't know, it's just interesting. Now we do have dust down here at the bottom of the window, or crud, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's a little bit more brown. But like, again, like if I guess I can't really, like even the dust that's down here at the bottom of the window, or if you guys can see my mouse there and then here, you know, notice how it's like, I mean, at least it's where you would expect it, right? It's like evenly distributed horizontally. I don't know. Kitsmith sees what I'm saying. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's weirdly centered around the handprints. Yes, that's what I think. Look, I mean, it's odd. It's really odd that there's just a huge accumulation only where the handprints are and not, you know what I mean? Couldn't agree more there, though, Moonval. Okay, next we have this. So this would be Xana's room. Obviously. So what's interesting there is that there's not this. So that's redacted. I mean, there's not a body there, clearly. So I don't really know. They redacted it for some reason, and this would have come from the news outlet or whatever that obtained these, right? They redacted this. So we don't know why they made that decision. Who knows? And there's the nightstand. Remember, we read in the document, actually, that I had queued up about the nightstand being pressed against the wall in a weird way. Yeah, I actually have a zoomed in picture of the blood spatter, but we can go ahead and do it this way. I mean, I wish as I'm looking at this, I just wish we had like more angles, you know what I mean? To go, I would love to see more to the right and more down and more up. But I'm just taking a look. Let me know what you guys see in this picture, what you guys think. It's interesting that there's not more blood on the bed. And again, even this part that's redacted, you can still see the colors. So this isn't redacted because there's like all of a sudden a ton of blood, right? Like it's just, there's got to be something in there that they saw need to redact it for. But where are the bodies? So again, my understanding is whoever took these were done with somebody's cell phone. I don't know which officer, but these wouldn't be the first pictures ever taken because the first pictures taken would have the bodies. So this would have been somebody with their cell phone after, a law enforcement officer with their cell phone after the bodies were taken. It seems like. Cooling. Yeah, I have another picture coming up that has a better look at this nightstand. So we're gonna keep going till we get to that one there. Okay, so we'll come back to that one. Let me find the one with the nightstand. We'll come back to these. There it is. This is the one I was looking for. Okay. Yeah, so you've got pooling down here, obviously, and then smudges. I mean, we know that Xana had a fuck ton of defensive wounds, so that doesn't really surprise me because, obviously she lived long enough to be fighting more than potentially the other ones, the other victims. So that if you're getting stabbed and you're alive long enough to also be fighting back, you're going to have blood on your hands. You're going to have blood on you that, you know what I mean? It could cause a smear. Like this to me seems like maybe she was over there. Obviously she was dripping blood and then also maybe fighting. Again, the nightstand got moved to the side. So it seems like maybe she was standing over here at some point. So I can zoom in, but then we lose. So I just need I need to know where to go on I don't know that. So as far as what's on the wall here, I guess this could be cast off here, those three, and then this looks like smearing. You know what's interesting though? Has anyone noticed this? Check this out, guys. Has anyone noticed this? Huh. Has anyone noticed this? I just noticed something. Check this out. Look right here. Can you guys see my mouse? Here, I'm gonna put a circle around it and then I'll delete it. Let me do this. Oh, well, hold on. Let me do this and then I'll delete it. But where do I? Okay. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Okay, here we go. So I saved this as a copy so we still have the original. Here's what I wanted to point out though. Has anyone noticed this? This is weird. Do you guys see this? So the three dots here in this like triangle fashion, does it not look like exactly the same as those three? Has anyone noticed that? That's really, huh. Hi, Love Tina, welcome. That is odd. You know, it's like, this would indicate those 3 dots there that are like if there was something that, what could that be? It's almost like something that has 3 ends on it, right? Was like, had blood on it. And then it, like, think of it like a stamp or something, right? And it could be like, I don't know, something on Xana. I don't know. That's just really, you know what I mean? To have it be the exact same pattern and cluster like that, and the same, I mean, it looks, do you guys see what I mean? It's like a mirror image of itself. Yeah, right? This is, that's a really, And it's interesting that both of them are like a stamp, not a smear. There's no smudging there, right? It's like the exact same shape. And the middle one is the darkest and the largest. Yeah. So, so there's that. So Needs and Z's was commenting though on the height. Let me see here. The height is very interesting to me. That those drops are from 6 to 7 feet. Someone short. Can you elaborate, Needs and Z's? Like, how would we? I mean, we don't really know how far off, how tall the, like, we don't have any measurements, right, of how high up the bed is from the floor, right? Let me go back to the other photo. Hold on. Where is it? Okay. So we're just thinking, like, relatively speaking. I'm curious as to why, how you, what was, what would make you think it was somebody who's tall? Because for me, I'll tell you, so for me, when I'm looking at this to me looks like somebody who's, well, and it's also hard to know, right? Because somebody who's short could have been, someone who's short could have climbed up on the bed and stood up to try to get away from an assailant, right? They could have like stood up on the corner, like tried to, you know. Also, someone who's tall could also be like trying to hide, leaning over, right? So it's hard to really know. But just in terms of like where this is all located in just this one angle, it's all pretty much at the bed height or lower, right? The highest point that we can see in this picture is this one here with this top triangle that we can see in this picture if we're looking over here out to the right. So I don't know. Right. The mattress wouldn't be behind. Right. I agree. And also, you're right. I see what you're saying. Like, had the bed moved. Right. Yeah, 100% Kitsmits. That's a great point. That with the 2 triangles, right? Yeah, that the other one's much higher up. That's why. So for me, it seems like there's a third object that got that print on the bed and on the wall, but not from the bed to the wall. Obviously not from the wall to the bed. Yeah. So that's a good point. Yeah, and there is some cast off over here. If we're looking over here, I was concentrating on the bottom, this area with the nightstand, but yeah, there is some. Now remember, there were 2 victims in this room, right? So we don't know. Like, some of this could have been from Xana, some of this could have been from Ethan. You know, right? The blood, 100%, the blood spatter tells the story. 100%. I think that this is going to become, for me anyway, I would get a better understanding when we have more photos of this room and not just this one, because we, you know what I mean? Like, we're missing so much of the blood spatter that what tells the story, because, you know, this is all we have from this angle, in this perspective. Right. Yeah, no, they're definitely not drops. They're definitely not drops. And there's no way that one thing could could do that pattern twice though either. Now let me go back to the other one. Hold on real quick. I have an idea, a thought. Okay. One thing I will note is if you look over down here, look at that. Oh, let me pull the comment down. So if you look over here, this is you know what this looks like? This down here, can you guys see that where my mouse is? Looks like it's relatively the same size. I mean, it looks visually the exact same size, but you know, of course, it's just who knows about measurements, but it looks like the same size and shape as these two things, but with more blood. Like if you take, like, you see what I'm saying? I should probably add a circle. Let me add another circle so I can make this more clear. Hold on. One sec. Oops, let me do that better. Okay. Yeah. See what I mean? See how this looks like those up there, but with like maybe more, but like something has, you see what I mean? That's interesting, isn't it? Mm-hmm. But this is not, this is definitely like what's down here. That is definitely, that to me looks like blood that was, that's not a smudge. That's not cast off, and that's not a smudge or a smear. That's like the dripping, right? Like when you look at the floor, like that's blood that was dripping from something. So it's possible that this happened first, and whatever it was that is this shape and was dripping blood, it could have been a part of a body, it could have been a part of clothes, who knows, right? Whatever this thing was that was dripping blood could be the thing that then also caused these, like, so if we want to call them stamps, right? Because if you imagine for this to happen, for that blood to pool, or could these have happened first, and then as a wound starts bleeding more, now you have this? Because, and this is why I'm saying, right? If we get more, dang it, as we get more pictures, you can figure out the order of events, right? By this type of thing. Like the question I was just thinking, like, which happened first, the one down here or these? Like with more pictures, this things like that will become more clear, I think. Yeah, it's a huge blood drop. Mm-hmm. But like, you know, I'm 5'4". I don't know how tall Xana was, but like, you know, if you imagine being stabbed anywhere, I mean, honestly, anywhere on your body, right? Like maybe from the knee up. Like, I guess if you imagine that you're moving, well, we also don't know. If you're trapped in the corner here between the bed and the nightstand, how much are you really able to move? Because that would be the other thing too, right? Like if you're short and you're dripping blood, but you're moving, that's going to change the trajectory versus standing still and being short and bleeding. So like if you're like when I see this, I picture someone like I picture like this could have I see this as like this could have been me, like 5'4". If I'm standing still and not moving and I'm trapped in this area and I'm stabbed in my arms and in my whatever torso, whatever, I could see. And I should add, I'm very accident prone. Guys, I'm very accident prone. Um, in fact, I will say too, like there's been times where I've had where I've like accidentally got gashes on my feet. Like long stories I won't go into right now because that would be a whole tangent. But like, and if I just hold my foot still for a second and then walk out and then move, like there would be pools of blood. You know what I mean? So like it's really kind of hard to say. That's why I'm saying it kind of depends on how fast you're moving while you're bleeding. Because if you're not moving at all, then these could be from anywhere on the body. You know what I mean? If it was dripping, there wouldn't be blood spatter. Well, there's a there. I don't know if I really necessarily agree with that, because Xana had what, over 50 wounds or whatever. So your wounds, they're all different. You have the defensive wounds, right? And they were mostly defensive, they said. But then we know there were lethal wounds. So the wounds that are like the most lethal, that are puncturing your vital organs, let's just say the lung, okay, or whatever, as an example, whatever, and there's a puncture, a stab, that's going to start dripping and or gushing, depending on what type of artery or whatever it gets. It's just, like, because sometimes you can have blood that's like spurting, like from an artery, right? Or it could be an organ that's losing a lot of blood, but it's like it's dripping and pooling out, right? And then you can have that. But if you've got a lot of defensive wounds and you're moving around, you see what I mean? Like, in any given crime scene, when you've got a lot, if you just got one stab wound, let's say they slit the throat, right? You're going to have a certain, that is going to bleed a certain way, and it's going to be way more clear, but when you've got a lot of different wounds in different places, caused in different ways, right? Like defensive versus not, then you're going to have a mix of all of it, right? I would think, like, you could have cast off from the knife, obviously, goes without saying. You can have spatter. You can have the smudges. You can have pooling, all of the things, all the types of blood. It's awful. What is the stick thing on the ground on the cords? That's a good question. If I zoom in, that's a good question. And the other thing, it's hard to tell in this picture. I guess it's laying on the ground, because it almost looks like it could be on end, but that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. But like, yeah, I don't know what that is. Huh. That's a good question. It's not, like, you'd almost think it's a straw, but no, because look, it's so much thicker on one end than the other. It's definitely not a straw. Huh. Like, if, you see what I mean? I think also it's just too thick to be a straw in general, but also it's way more thick on the bottom than it is at the top, at least in this picture. Welcome, Donna Salamander. Happy to see you. Interesting. It's a look at this. Have you guys noticed this one? Hold on. This. What is this? You know what it looks like? Huh. I wonder what it is. What is it? What is it? What is it? Hold on. Look at this. It looks like a broken off piece of the same thing. Now I'm going to zoom out so you guys can see. Look, if you imagine this thing got broken and fell down, look. And I just want to point out, there's also a cable here, but that cable is not the same thing. This is like the wires for like the internet or whatever, or maybe a phone charger. I bet it's a phone charger. And you know what I bet it is? I bet that phone charger, you see the hand? I bet it goes into here. Because, if you're charging your phone and you're in bed, I bet that phone charger goes here. But the thing is, it's so covered in blood that that's all blood. And this might be blurred out right here. I don't know, but blood. But that's, a phone charger. You can see the cable. But then separately, you've got whatever this thing is. What is it? I don't know how you guys are seeing golf club, because golf clubs are like metal and way thicker and way bigger. And this was something that was easily breakable. I don't see how this could be a golf club unless, I can't think of how it could be a curtain rod. That's a good guess. Happy Annie. It looks more like a drill. Well, drills are silver or metal though, and silver. This is white, and it's something that got broken. So it's probably plastic or something, right? Way too small for a curtain rod. Let me go back to the other picture where you can see more of the room. Hang on. Okay. So we can get the full picture here. Yeah, what is that? Huh. That's a real puzzler, isn't it? Like this is right now maybe one of the more like. So we have this thing that got broken somehow. It's not metal. I mean, it's white. You can tell that it's white. And then we also have again this, and oh, by the way, now that let's look at this one. So this, look at this. Doo-doo-doo. Hey. Okay. See, that's why I'm glad I have a bunch of versions of this picture, because this, we didn't have this in the other one. Wow. Okay. Because remember, this seems to be connected in some way. Oh my gosh. Why? What is happening? Hold on. I don't know what just happened. That was crazy. Let me just open these back up again. That was wild. So okay, hold on. Let me just share this to you guys. Okay. Technology took over for a minute there, huh? Okay, so like I got that one, but then I think there's another one. Well, we can see it here. So this, again, with this, interesting. See, I wish I could zoom in. Let's see. How much can we get of this in view? That's the best we can really do there. You know, with this extra context of this dripping down here, I think that probably whatever caused those 3 dots might have happened first before it got whatever the thing was. If it was a thing that was bleeding, the blood was just starting, and then the thing got more blood. You know how wounds are, right? You've cut your anyway. Y'all know, and then it starts bleeding more. Huh. You think it looks like a footprint? Are you talking about right here where the mouse is? That's a footprint. That's definitely dripping. That dripped from a wound. Because there's also all this pooling here. You can see it easier in one of the other pictures. I can see how it kind of looks like the shape of a foot, but it's not smudged. You know what I mean? Chopsticks. That's a good guess. Don't be hating. Also, welcome to anyone else who's just now getting here. Yeah, chopsticks. Could be something hung on the wall. That's a good guess. Chopsticks, though. Do we know what she ordered? Guys, does anyone know what the food was that she ordered from the DoorDash? Did she order? And having said that, let's also keep in mind that there could have been leftover takeout from another day, right? You know how like sometimes college kids, they might get takeout and then they might still have a container. I don't know. So, but I'm just thinking it through as we talk about it. Like chopsticks is actually really that's a good guess. That's a really good guess. Yeah. Moonbell says too long for chopsticks. Well, I mean, I could see it here. Now we don't know the full length of this one. Like that's the thing. This one's obscured. This could be really long. This could go all the way. Like this one could go all the way through the blankets, right? It could be all the way to the wall. We don't know. Or it could be the same exact size as the other one. We just don't know because half of it's covered, or what, third of it's covered. What are we looking at? We are looking at Xana's room. You know, a good guess, actually, now that Bria says this, you know what I could see? So initially when we were like, oh, is that a straw down here? Because we saw this one first. And I was like, no, because look, the ends are different sizes. But you know what I could see? And Bria, that's a good point. Okay, you know how those plastic straws, a lot of places don't have them anymore. You know the plastic straws, and they come in the paper wrapper, right? and you open up one end and that end gets wider, I could see this being, see, it's not clear. I guess, y'all, I don't eat fast food. Could it be, or do they make opaque straws? Plastic opaque straws? Does that exist? I always feel like they're usually clear, but I mean, I could see this being a straw and then this being the wrapper and then that being the end that was open, that's wider on the bottom. That would make sense. But the thing that then is weird is like, is there such a thing as a white opaque plastic straw? That's the other question. Okay, so Kitsman, sorry if I missed your comment about the straw. Initially, when I thought whatever I saw about the straw earlier, and I don't know if it was the same comment because I'm not able to read everything, but I thought this was, somebody was saying this was a straw, and I was like, no, because like that end is, but a straw wrapper, I could see that being the wrapper, and that would make sense, right? Like, again, having just ordered the food, and then if that's the straw and that's the wrapper, that would make sense. That would make sense. Could be paper straws. Okay. And I'm glad you guys are all familiar about the opaque straws. Yeah, I'm never in a, God, it's been so long since I've ever had something that was like a disposable drink or whatever. Like, I'm just not even familiar with what type of straws they have these days. Cause I just use I have my tumbler with, and I've got like stainless steel straws. So anyways, they do have long straws at 7-Eleven. Interesting. So, and let me go back to this one. Yeah, there's that for anyone who didn't see that part. Interesting, the shape there. So now let's go back earlier in my series of pictures here. Okay, so we covered the hands, and then we covered this one. We can always come back to it. Now we don't know where this is, right? Obviously. The whole house has hardwood floors, so that could be any room. We can't really assume that it's the same room, right? Because these are just a handful of pictures that were released out of 200. It doesn't mean that these were taken in like a sequential order and there's no timestamp. So this could be Xana's room. This could be Kaylee's room or Maddie's room. I guess it would be Maddie's room. We don't know. It could be a hallway. We just see there's a black item there, but I mean, that doesn't really narrow it down. Okay, now this. Okay, so this here is this Maddie's room, because looking at the comforter, right? It's like a duvet and it's like tan. And then there's like beige blankets. Yeah, that looks like this. That's a duvet right there. That's a duvet with a beige or champagne or whatever. Okay, so then this is, this has got to be Maddie's room. Amazing how this portion of the bed, when you're looking in here, is like, this is like, I mean, there's got some, is there any blood? Okay, there's some blood drops there. This could even be from the knife, right? Like after the stabbings and whatnot, leaving the room. This could be the knife dripping. It could be. I mean, you know, but the thing is like, I don't think it's from the victims, because there's no blood. Look at this. You would see it. There's no blood unless it's like microscopic. But again, there's no blood here. And then you compare that to this, right? On the other side of the bed. So that's like the far left corner. Interesting. That it's just interesting that this is like not, it's like unscathed, you know, over here. Yeah, pink blanket. The pink blanket, let me pull up let me unshare share real quick, guys. Okay, so let's just take a look. Take a look. It's in a book. Where's Kane, by the way? Speaking of reading Kanebo. we're going to come back to Ethan. So Kaylee's room was neat. Only thing was the bed. Okay, now we're into Maddie's. Can you guys see this? Let me zoom in a little more. I'm just reading here. Numerous tan leather knife sheath. So any part that discusses them with a pink blanket has got to be in a different document that I haven't gotten to yet, because again, we're going in chronological order with these docs. And this is just one specific report. This is report number 51. It's the first one in order that actually talks about the crime scene, like in the what they saw with the victims. Yeah, so there's Ethan. There's the sheets. There's the bathroom. I could see, as I entered the bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. The bed was situated along the north wall of the bedroom, and both females, later identified as Maddie and Kaylee, were laying on their backs with their heads the east and the west. They both had numerous visible stab wounds and covered in a lot of blood. I later noticed that there's the knife sheath and went back outside. So this particular officer does not know anything about them being wrapped in blankets, but I do remember reading that somewhere. But okay. One thing I want to also point out, the single bed right here. I'm going to highlight this. So here's what I think is meant by this. Here's what I think is meant by this. And it is confusing because a single bed is a size of a bed here in the US and maybe elsewhere. I don't think that's what is meant, because we've seen the bed now, and the bed is not a single bed. It's a queen or a double. I think what this is what I think what I think his intention here was to specify that there was two females and they were not in separate beds in the same room, versus like, because you can have rooms with two beds in them. For example, like in college, dorm rooms are like that, right? So I think the point here is not that single being the size. I think the point here is that they were both in the same bed. It would have been more clear if he said, I could see two females in the same bed. That's what I think is meant here, because now that we're seeing the pictures, that bed is either a double or a queen. Twiz is here. Hi, Twiz. Hello. Kane is live. Oh, fuck. Kane, you're supposed to be on it. I don't think that was planned, and I didn't see that. And anyways, that's really funny. Yeah, the pink blanket is in Xana's room. Right, we saw that. We saw the pink blanket in Xana's room. We did see that. So I don't know, but somebody said there was something about a pink blanket for Maddie and Kaylee. But yeah, we saw so far, like this discussion, like we've seen the pink blanket in Xana's room. And as far as the description here with Maddie and Kaylee, they don't mention a blanket in this particular report. Let me go back up to Xana and Ethan. Numerous wounds on her arms, hands, and face. There's the nightstand. There was blood on this nightstand in various locations, which we've now seen some of. There's the bed. I could see a male laying on Ethan, laying on his back. Okay, and Ethan, it says, had some type of blanket pulled over his midsection. Body was at an angle. So in other words, in this particular report, he's not so descriptive as to say what color blankets were where. He just says blankets. But we've seen in the pictures that there's the pink blanket on Xana's bed. Now, what's also interesting, it says, I also noticed, as well as what appeared to be blood spatter on the wall next to Shapen's head and neck. His head was at an angle on the bed, so his head was up against the wall, against the south wall, and his feet were hanging off the bed on the north side. Blood spatter on the wall next to his head and neck. Let's go back to the picture. Hold on. Let me unshare, reshare. All right. Twiz, are you going to come on? Where's the other one? Hold on. There's another one that has a better picture. There. The thing is the descriptions they use is like the east, west, north. We don't know. I don't know which direction is which, right? So was he in the? Just in other words, what are the options for where Ethan was positioned? Ethan was either positioned with his head up against like this wall potentially, right? With feet dangling off the bed this way. Actually, that would make sense as to where this is blurred out, but it doesn't look like there's a body there. Unless that's why it's blurred out. Maybe, hang on, can you guys see? I have a thought. Hold on. I have a thought. I have a thought. I have a thought. Let me do this. Hold on. I think we might be getting somewhere. Hold on. So, okay. Do you guys see? Check this out. Do y'all see this? And I'm going to erase them. Okay. You guys see where I just circled? Are those distinct? Like, do you see the distinct? There's the redaction, right? But then there's like distinct something that's on top of the bed. Are those his legs? Because remember, his feet are dangling off the bed. So are his feet down here? And then is this him? But the reason we can't tell there's a body is because everything is covered up except for the legs potentially down here. That would match what we just read. And then his head could be up here. Because what I'm thinking is if this is where Ethan was and this is how he's found, that means this was probably over here at the nightstand business. This would have been Xana. Potentially. Because if, you know what I mean? Like there's not a lot of blood transfer. Like it seems like Ethan didn't move around a whole lot, potentially. I mean, we need more pictures anyways. Yeah. Maybe he was sleeping sideways, feet off the corner. Yeah. I mean, do you guys see what I mean though with the legs? Can y'all see that? Yeah, he's under blankets. Yeah. So, okay. All right. What do you mean that doesn't match the blood on the wall? I mean, I think you've got Ethan. I think that over here, hold on. Hold on. This is cast off. And it even said in the document we were just looking at that there's spatter. This to me looks like cast off. Now, some of the spatter could be behind here. It could be blurred out. This looks like cast off. And this could all be over here. This could be cast off from stabbing Xana if Xana's over here. Like if you imagine Xana standing over here and being stabbed, like, and someone's butt, like that could be cast off. Could be. I don't think it's arterial spray or anything like that because there'd be a lot more of it. It looks like cast off. Look at that. And actually, to that end, it could be cast off from the knife, but it could also be cast off from Xana. Because Xana, remember, a lot of those injuries were around her arms. It said on that document we were just reading. So if she's flailing about with her arms trying to fight off the attacker, right, and she's bleeding, she could be casting off blood from her arms, which again would be different than like your arm is standing there dripping blood, right? So it could be from her arms, but this looks like cast off over here. Oh, number 3. Oh, thank you. Don't be hating. Let me check. Let me see. Kaylee and Madison were covered by a pink blanket. Okay. You know what though? I know exactly why it says that. I can explain that. I bet that's that same report where they got the names wrong. Either they didn't know who was who yet at that point, or it was just an error because there's all kinds of errors. But it was really clear that was that who they were talking about as we went along whenever we read that one. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Let me share this to you guys. Thank you so much for letting me know which one that was in. That was well done. Don't be hating. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. He's got the names are mixed up. That's why. So this is okay. The first room they went in was Xana, right? Xana's room. So upon entering the room, I observed a female lying supine on the floor next to a bed. That's not this is Xana, but they get the names confused. According to Dylan, this female was likely Kaylee. When we first covered this, I was like, wait, what? And when we first covered this, this was when they first came out. This was like they came out, and like maybe an hour or two later, we were reading this document live and trying to figure this out. And I was like, wait, what? And at first it was like, did Dylan get did what? And it becomes more clear that whoever wrote this got the names wrong. Either they remembered it wrong or they just got confused. Anyway, because one of the things I thought of, I was like, well, Dylan knows who was in which room, right? There'd be anyway, but they say, according to Dylan, this was likely Kaylee. It's not, it's Xana. So now they're calling it, they're saying it's Kaylee. Look, I mean, and this is where it becomes clear. On the bed, in the same room I observed Kaylee, I observed a male. So he's making the assumption that Xana is Kaylee, or it's a mistake. On the same bed, in the same room I observed Kaylee, I observed a male. Yeah. So you see what I mean? So when you see Kaylee here, swap it with Xana. And then here, when they say Xana, so now look at this, guys. Now they go up to the next floor, and now there's another bedroom, and they say it's Xana and Maddie. So they've got Xana and Kaylee backwards. So that's one thing that could be causing confusion. I'm just looking here. So the blanket's not mentioned here, but I guarantee you that any confusion around the blanket, talking about a pink blanket, being that's because they got Kaylee and Xana backwards. That's got to be what it is. Oh, I couldn't agree more. It's atrocious. The mistake, every one of these reports is riddled with errors, and it's atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. That they should have corrected. They should have corrected it 100%. Yeah. Okay, welcome on in. Anyone else who's just now getting here? Okay. The pillars are black. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think they confused a male and a female. It's because they got they thought Xana was Kaylee, and they thought Kaylee, and therefore Kaylee would have to be Xana by process of elimination. That it's just they got those two names are mixed up due to whatever. That's what happened here. Welcome, whatever clever. Let me see if I can pull up another one that might address this as well. Let's see what this one is. Okay, that's the footprints. That's not going to be this one. Maybe let's take another look. Nope. Nope. Okay, here I did a brief walkthrough of the residence. I entered the residence. I went to the stairs. I then went up the stairs and located a deceased female on the floor and a male on the bed. That's so here they're not even trying to say who it is, but you've got a female on the floor and a male on the bed. That's Xana and Ethan, obviously, right? And there it is, bedroom on the second floor. I climbed the stairs to the third floor. 2 deceased females in the southeast bedroom. They're both in the same bed. Let me see here if there's anything else. Okay, let me go to the next one. There's the first mention of the sheath. That's when they come in. Okay. Twiz, are you gonna come? Are you gonna jump on? Crazy head? Okay, well, I think that we'll keep an eye out for anything with the blanket, because again, there could be more on that in a document that we haven't gotten to yet on this channel. But just in general, I will say, just keeping in mind that clearly there were names that were mixed up and confused. So should that be happening? No. Did it happen? Yes. Could that be the reason why they're saying that Kaylee had a pink blanket? Yes, I think so. I think that could be why. Could be why. So let me just go back to this one. Okay, let's see what else here guys are saying. Are you saying I have a Scottish twang to my accent? Also, welcome. I think we have another new school friend. Are you saying like I have a Scottish twang? There's no way. Donna reminding everyone to hit the like button. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to the photos. Twiz, are you going to come on, you crazy head? Okay, let's go back here. So for anyone just now joining us, welcome on in. Yeah, I do think so far we've discovered some things that are really interesting in this room from the one picture we can see, right? Like we have the straw. Who here didn't see the stamp bit? Let's go to that just in case anyone missed it, because that's really fascinating. Here. Check that shit out, guys. So where I have it circled, right? The same, it looks like the same thing made a stamp here. I'm saying a stamp because it's the easiest way to understand it, right? Something left that impression with that pattern on both places. And then there's a similar pattern here, but now it's dripping blood versus smearing blood, if you will, or stamping the blood. Oh wow, well, that's amazing. You were talking to me. I guess there's no one else talking out loud, but like that I have an accent. That's interesting. Are you joining us from Scotland? So those are your babies. They're so cute. We all have we love the fur babies, and shout out to all the Ponards. Shout out to all the Ponards. Okay, so yeah, so that's this. So we had this, and then the other noteworthy thing too, right, was like we had a whole conversation for anyone who's just now joining us about this white scenario here on the bed and on the floor. And I do think that with all this lovely discussion, the most likely situation is like this is a straw on the bed and this is the wrapper on the floor. That would make sense. I think after that, my second best guess as to what it is chopsticks. I think I was kind of going with the chopsticks until we thought about the straw with a wrapper, and this being the wrapper and that being the straw on the bed. Welcome on in, Doug. I'm gonna actually, let me actually circle that. I'll do a different color though for it. Okay, so then here. So blue ostensibly is, we got blue on the bed being potentially a straw, blue on the floor potentially being the wrapper because of that. Again, the end that you open, if you open up a straw wrapper, you open one end and that end fluffs up and makes it bigger. That's what she said. And that would be why this is bigger on this end. And then in the red, we have the interesting pattern there. Interesting. Has any document discussed? So where we're at in the documents on this channel, there's been talk of footprints, but they've not been footprints inside yet from where we're only on what, number 64, 74, something. The footprints that we've seen discussed so far are outside in the snow or whatever, but not inside the house yet. Oh my God, I forgot to send Twiz his special text. I'm so sorry, Twiz. I forgot to send you your special text. That's my fault. I forgot to send you your special text. I was so caught up in getting these pictures and getting all this stuff ready for you guys. So, but you can jump on now though. Could be Xana. I just don't know that blood on someone's butt unless you've got, I mean, what on someone's butt though? Okay, hold on. Let me think this through. Okay, you guys, jeans. Is there a brand? Wait, she wasn't wearing any jeans. Ah, damn it. I was thinking rivets on jeans. You know, if there's a brand of jeans, this is what I was thinking, that has like a pattern of rivets that has 3 of them around the pockets or whatever. But then I was like, no, because she wasn't wearing any pants. She was wearing a thong and like a sweatshirt. So, I don't know how her thong could make that impression though. Remember, the other thing too is it seems like whatever it is a body part that then bleeds, because look at the bottom triangle there on the bottom right. And to go back to this other picture here, hold on. Yeah, check it out. Can you guys see the mouse? So there's what we had circled down here. That, oh my God, that is definitely something that's bleeding. So so we have something that's bleeding that isn't bleed. This is what it looks like to me. That isn't bleeding very much, or has blood on it or whatever, and like gets the blood on the bed and the wall to make that pattern. And then here, it's the thing itself, whatever it is it's bleeding. It's got to be a body part, right? And then there's that pattern, and then potentially moving. The thing is like with the 3 dots though, I mean, I'm not going to give up on these 3 dots. I really want to know. It looks like, the best way I can describe what this looks like to me is a prong. Picture, if you will, like the plug for an out, like if you've got something that has a plug on it, you know, there's the plugs that have like the 3 prongs that are equal size. I've got one over here actually. You know, the 3 prongs that are equal size for like a plug that you plug something, you know, it would be something more like a heavy duty appliance, like something in your kitchen, maybe like a refrigerator, maybe those heavy duty appliances. They have the 3 prongs that are the same size. That's what this looks. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying that when I see this, I keep the word prong keeps coming to mind because I think that I'm picturing that size and shape and pattern. So again, I don't know how something that's flat or something that is absorbent, like a sweatshirt or a thong or someone's butt, not that that's absorbent, flatter, you know, like I don't know how that could make this same pattern exactly the same way twice. Yeah, prong. Yeah, prong. 3 prongs in a circle, like a plug. You guys know what I'm talking about? Let me see if I can pull up a picture where I'm talking about. Hold on. And also, again, welcome to anyone who's just now getting here. Here, I'm going to show you guys a picture, and this is going to make a lot more sense, hopefully. Because you guys know I like to try to make it make sense. Okay. Here it is. This is it. This is it. This is, guys, wait till you see this picture. Hold on. I need to share this to you guys. Wait till you see this. Oh my God. Okay. So pay attention to the little triangle, guys. Okay. Now I just have to unshare, reshare. And I know it's really annoying, but that's what StreamYard makes you do. Someday they'll figure it out where you don't have to do it. Check it out. Bam. Right here on the right. See that? See that? See that? See that? That's what I'm talking about. This is what I've been picturing in my head. And I don't know why it took me so long to finally show you guys what I'm seeing in my head. This is what I'm picturing, something akin to this. In terms of this, if you picture the size and the shape and the pattern, right? You guys see that? The type K plug? Okay, now we're going to go back to the room. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Twist. It's a higher voltage than regular plugs, like a dryer or stove use them a lot. Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that that's what this came from, but this to me is a good way to try to understand what could have made this impression, right? There's three distinct points that leave this, if you will, stamp of blood exactly the same way twice. Oh, Norelco. I could see that. I know exactly what you're talking about. That makes sense. Are there any rivets on the knife hilt? That's a good question. I don't know. I'm sure Doug might know, because Doug's actually in the military. Mary was here, but I think she left. She was in the military. I don't know if there's rivets on the knife hilt. I'll let someone else weigh in on that. The Norelco, they're called NEMA plugs. Or are you saying? Hold on. I'm gonna task myself with the Norelco and the NEMA. If someone else wants to look into the hilt, our powers combined, we can figure this stuff out, right? Okay, so NEMA plug, right? So that's the type of plug. In the picture we looked at, I guess they call it type K. Maybe that's the same name for, different name for the same thing. Okay, and then the Norelco, that was an interesting one. I could see that. They're a bit flatter, but I can see what you mean by that. But they're a bit flatter. You guys know what the men's electric razor, that's what that's about. So, welcome, Missy J. I think we have another new squirrel friend. If there's another one on the blanket, it could be an electric blanket. Okay, now we're going somewhere, because remember, it was cold, right? If it was an electric blanket, hold on. Now what we need to figure out is this. Do they make electric blankets that have this type of plug? Electric blanket. Let's see. That was a great thought there. Thank you, Miss EJ. And also welcome. I'm just seeing, if one were to go on Amazon, let me try it this way. I'll pull it up if I find something that's noteworthy here. Okay, I am having some ideas here. So, let me go back to, I want to look at these blankets. So we've got this pink blanket. We've got this blue blanket. Now, here's the thing. This pink quote unquote blanket looks like it could be kind of sheets, or it could be like a duvet type of situation. The blue one looks like it's whatchamacallit? What do you call that stuff? Plush, you know what I mean? Like fleece. Like, in other words, between the two, which one do I think looks more like an electric blanket? Just from my own personal experience, I think the blue one looks more like an electric blanket. Now, why am I saying that? Because now we're going to do this. See what I mean? So if someone is to go on Amazon and like search for an electric blanket, like if you're a college kid, you're going to get an electric blanket. Like if you go on it, like just thinking it through like a normal thing. Oh, let's go on Amazon, right? Maybe makes sense. I'm just wondering. Let's see. A lot of these look like they're the same kind of brand. Oh. You see that? This to me looks a lot like the type of one we can see in that picture. Now, I mean, of course, there's a bazillion of these. It doesn't have to be the exact one, but what I'm wondering is, there we see it spread out. What type of plug does it have? Hold on. Detachable. That looks like it has 2 plugs, but interesting. Well, here's the thing. If it is an electric blanket and there's a detachable thingy for washing, it could also explain that maybe the detachable thing came detached from the blanket and left those impressions, and the blanket was left on Ethan. Maybe. So let me see if I can filter it by the type of electricity. Special features, pattern. It's maybe not going to give me that option. Thread count. Okay. Let's try this one. Well, you know what? I mean, I could very easily, like, I'm the type of person that could very easily try to find the exact fucking blanket and like do a whole thing. But I think for now we can probably say that we can say this. From the picture, the one picture we have so far, I think that electric blanket and potentially the plug is a good option for explaining what we're seeing with those patterns. The only problem, though, see, now I'm like, well, fuck. The only problem is this. And this is why you always have to second guess yourself. The only problem is this, guys. Hold on. Unshare, reshare. The only problem is this. It seems like whatever left that pattern was bleeding because, again, thinking about that nightstand, that's the only problem. That's a bleeding body part. Now, I mean, I guess it could be that was a body part, and then the what left those stamps was something different. But again, if we go back to this, it really looks like this bottom one that's circled on the right is like what left those marks up there, but is bleeding more. Anyways, please look up a 30 amp plug. Okay. Yeah, the 30 amp plug, I mean, it has 3 prongs. The ones I'm looking at 3 prongs. But the other thing is, like, these ones look like they're the flat kind. So compared to the other ones that we were looking at, the NEMA plug or whatever, the NEMA plug, and it was also called a K plug or whatever, type K plug, the roundedness, right, is what made me think it was this one. Here, I can show you guys one more time here. That was this one. See how it's rounded versus the flat? But anyways, welcome to anyone who's new. Joseph, welcome. The knife doesn't have rivets. Thank you. Knife doesn't have rivets. Confirmed. Okay, good. That's fine. Don't go on Amazon. Next thing we'll be bailing you out. No kidding, right? Funny. The nightstand was pushed. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a possibility. I mean, it definitely looks like that, right? Because again, to me, it looks like Xana was at some point in that corner and would have been trapped in that corner, which is terrifying. That's a good question. Also, welcome to anyone who's new, including Listen, Linda RN. Is there a stun gun that has 3 prongs? Again, this takes an army, as they say. So if any of you guys in the chat wants to get on that and look up, I have no experience with stun guns, but if anyone has experience with them or wants to just put Google to the task and find, that's a great question. But it's a really good thought. It would make sense. It would make sense that a stun gun would have, like, that makes a lot of sense. 100%. Also, is a stun gun and a taser, are those the same thing? Okay, so now going back to this, I don't know what happened to Twiz. Is Twiz coming on? Okay. Okay, so now we'll just carry on with these pictures. Let's go to a new one. Okay, so we did this one, right? And part of what we were talking about was like, this is a tan blanket. So this is Maddie's room. And it was so interesting to me how this portion of the bed has no blood on it. Craziness. So, okay, next up, we have this one. So this is Xana's room. So Xana was here. So I think, okay, here's what I think now that I think in this picture and in this picture, the bodies are there. I think this is Ethan that's been blurred out, but he was under blankets. So I didn't really put that together until I figured that those down at the bottom, those have got to be the legs. Anyway, so this has got, so in other words, Ethan is here, okay? And then Xana's here. It's blurred out. Gotta be. Now we're getting a better lay of the land because the nightstand. Wait a second. Hold the phone. So if you're facing the room, there's the nightstand. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to this. Something's not making sense to me. Hold on. That could be the back of the nightstand. Hold on. What's going on? Something's weird. Okay. Check it out. In this picture, I mean, if this is the same nightstand, maybe there could be a nightstand on no, because it's against the wall. Okay, let's just put it this way. There's a nightstand right here. It has a drawer. The drawer is somewhat open, but noticeably, the back of the nightstand is against the wall. Now, that matches the description, right, of being pushed against the wall. The back of the nightstand is against the wall, and the drawer is facing forward. Okay, now if we go back to this one, actually, hold on. I need the better one. I need to go to this other one. Where is it? We have more. Okay, this one. See what I mean? So this is either, see how this is either the back or the side. But either way, you run into a problem because how does this make any sense? This doesn't make any sense. Is it reversed? Did they reverse or mirror image this? Are we back at Karen Reed? Because if you're standing in the door, okay, my brain is like, what is going on? Because here's why. So, okay, you're outside the room. Unless there's 2 doors, that can't be. Unless there's 2 doors to this one bedroom. Okay, let me just start here. So here's a door to the room. So you're outside the room. Okay, so here's what you're looking at, right? Thinking about perspective, you're looking at so what have we got? We don't even see the bed. So the bed's got to be, though, to the right, right? Because this is pushed up against a wall. So we have the nightstands on the left. If you're in the doorway facing the room, the nightstand's to the left, the bed's got to be to the right, right? So how is this possible? Help, guys. Bed is to the left of the nightstand. From this perspective, well, hold on. That's a different room. Hang on. Bed is to the left. Okay. Okay, thank you guys. Thanks, guys. Bed is left behind door. Thanks, guys. And also welcome to anyone who's just now getting here. Okay, thank you guys. Okay. Okay, now I understand. Now it makes sense. Okay, now it makes sense. So, okay, let me do this. Hold on. Now it makes sense. The orientation, at least for me, is really important in trying to figure out how this works. Because for me, my brain, I have to try to be able to picture myself what I would see if I was standing there. I guess that's probably normal. I'm going to circle this real quick right here. Okay. All right. So what I just circled, now it makes sense. That part that I just circled, that is we're going to circle it in both of them, and then it'll make more sense, hopefully, at least to me. Maybe you guys knew all along what the orientation was, but I did not. So here. Yeah. So right there where it's circled, that is wrong fucking way. That right there. That's that. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for all your help, guys, in the chat. Y'all are awesome. Hey, it's hard. That's what she said. Interesting. Mark doesn't think it's the same item. This is exactly why I'm asking the questions, right? Details matter. So could there be the thing is that in this picture, well, we can see it here too, but where did I have it circled? At some point, I'll be able to organize these, but these, I just grabbed what I could here. Oh, fuck, I went the wrong direction, I think. Sorry, guys. They are back to back. Okay, so here we go. So are those the angle looks the same now that you see them back to back. That's why I wanted them to be back to back. They weren't back to back, but now they are. I think it's the same one. Now, the thing is that because we can't really see it. So can you all see where my little hand is? My little hands are like Nightbot. Do you guys see that? I wish I could enhance this somehow. Can you guys see right here where my little hand is? Can you all see that? It's hard to tell, but then also look up there. So see that? It'd be great if we had more pictures. At some point we will. That to me looks like it's probably blood, like what we have here. The bed is left-hand corner behind the door, and nightstand is up against the wall next to it. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense with the orientation now that I understand. I think, and I appreciate that. Yeah, it looks all this looks, and you know what the other thing is, right? Remember what I was saying, guys? Initially, not all of you guys were here, but when we first started talking about this scenario, I get the picture. This is just my personal interpretation. We know Ethan's here. I got the interpretation that maybe Xana was sitting on the bed or whatever. So Ethan's here. Xana, right? I think Xana was over here. And I think this is probably where the stabbing started happening. And then she walked, because if you look at that And then where is she found? She's found right in front of that, right? And there she is, I mean, blurred out, obviously, but in front of the nightstand. So how far did she really go? I know there's been the thought that maybe she went upstairs. I don't know that that's like, we don't really know that for sure yet, because I haven't gotten through all the documents. I know that was reported from a tip from some, anyway, I don't know. Is it possible she didn't go upstairs? Do we know that for sure yet? Because what I'm thinking is this: if Xana didn't go upstairs, it's possible that the only distance that Xana traveled in this whole ordeal, if she started getting stabbed here, and then maybe the assailant left, and she was trying to go get help or whatever, like how far did she move from start of the stabbing to where she passed away? And potentially it was not very far, right? Potentially. You see what I mean? And why does that matter? Because then any other blood that's like in the hallway or whatever, that could be just simply cast off from the knife. You know, the other drops of blood or whatever could be cast off from the knife, maybe. Blood question mark. Wait, where? I'm not sure what you were referencing there. Are you saying something's not blood? Can I zoom into the right corner of the nightstand in this picture? What's the item by the leg? Okay, no, not this picture. Hold on. You must mean this picture. Thought it was a hand at first. Let me pull the comment down. Right corner of the nightstand. What's the item by the leg? Are you talking about Ethan's leg, or let me see. Oh, what I circled there. Yeah, that's blood. That's blood. What I circled is blood. No, the other one. I mean, it looks like blood to me. Again, it's so grainy and hard to tell. I mean, to Doug's point, right? But just look at the discoloration. The discoloration alone, it's a white nightstand, right? Look at the discoloration. You can see that there's smudges, right? If I zoom in, see the discoloration on the side? And given the orientation of it, that's why, and again, this one's taken from above while the other one is directly on, so the perspective is different. There's a ledge here. But if you were to imagine that you were not from above and you were more straight on and further away, I think that's what this is. Like, this is obviously blood, but my point is, like, if this is the same night, like, that is also blood, right? I mean, and it looks like it. It would be great when we have a not shitty picture, you know? Very bottom right corner of the picture. Oh, on the front leg of the nightstand. I thought you meant leg of a person. That's my fault. Leg of a nightstand. Okay. Hand in the photo with no bed in it. In this one? Oh my God. Can't be this one because you can't see the legs. You might be talking about the close up. This one? No, the one with the bed. This one? Are you thinking about down below the letter N? That's a good way to do it. Where in reference to the letter N are we talking about? Oh, with the bed. I think the chat's slow, guys, from StreamYard, because I think that is what's happening. Because I like the most recent comment that I'm seeing says with the bed, and we're looking at, and that's not y'all's fault. It's probably StreamYard. Okay, down. Thank you. Yeah, where in reference to the N. Then we're going to use that. There we go. Down below the letter N. Okay, I see what you guys are talking about. Okay. Gosh darn it! If we could just have a more picture. This is as much as we got. Gosh darn it! It's really hard to tell, isn't it? Could it be a hand? Maybe. Let's, could be a hand. That's not going to help us. That's not the right room. Could be a hand. I see why you guys are saying that. I guess to me, it looks like it could also be maybe a piece of clothing that's on the floor and that there's blood. Like, I think that the reason potentially why, like, under the letter N directly, see how there's like more red? Like, it's, like, I think, you know, again, somebody's standing here and you look at all the pooling, right? Like, there's a ton of pooling here. Like, the N is really ruining it for me right now. Like, they need to get the N out of here, right? Because, like, then we could actually see more. Like, this is really important. This is one of the more important parts of this picture, and the N is blocking it. But anyway, so there's pooling, right? And so then if you imagine that there was just like a piece of clothing or something like that on the floor and then blood on top of it, could be why it looks, I don't know. It could be a hand too, though. Don't know. And YouTube is delayed. Oh, thank you. Love, Tina. Doug, you didn't know that? How did you not know that? I thought you knew everything about this case. Yeah, they were taking photos with their own devices. Yes. And I know you weren't here at the beginning of the live stream. For anyone who missed it, I did say at the beginning of the live stream that these pictures were taken from a law enforcement officer's cell phone. These are not the official exhibits, like what they would use at trial. These are not the official crime scene photos in terms of like a camera. These are like a cell phone took these pictures. Yes. So for anyone who missed it, now you know. And that's why they're so shitty. Although having said that, I don't know what type of phone this person has because most phones can take less shitty pictures. Anyways, don't think it's a hand, but it looked like it at first. Yeah. Yeah, we don't know if it was a personal cell phone. I think that in one of the documents, it said, like, my interpretation from whichever document it discussed it, which I think we've already covered that one. I thought it was a law enforcement issued cell phone, not a personal cell phone, but still, it was a cell phone. And welcome to anyone who's just now getting here. Twiz, are you coming on? Okay, so let's take a look at some other pictures. Which ones we haven't done? I mean, there's still so many. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so that we've done, this we've done. I mean, not much to talk about here. I say that, and I feel like as soon as I say that, I'm probably going to see something to talk about. But, you know, it's the sliding glass door open. Here's the kitchen, obviously. Let's see. Dirty dishes. I mean, I wonder which one of these, is one of these the takeout order or whatever. Now, having said that, it looks like there's more than one paper bag. I mean, there's probably lots of paper bags and like leftover remnants of having ordered food or gotten fast food. I would imagine all over this house, right? College kids. Clearly they weren't, you know, immediately cleaning up after themselves. Not that there's anything wrong with that. College kids, makes sense. I'm honestly surprised. Like, look at all these utensils they have over here. Like that. Like, I'm proud. I'm like, good for them. You know what I mean? The dude, whatever his name was, the dude who tried to make his chicken sandwich with a pocket knife and all that whole thing, chicken sandwich guy, he could take a lesson from this. See, utensils, that's what they have. Also noteworthy, this is the window that was where the handprints were, because that, well, maybe it's not. Maybe that's a different plant pot thing. Anyway, I was just noticing there's a little pot here, but then I'm like, well, there's not a plant in it. So maybe it's a different window. Anyways, not that the handprints matter because we know it's not Bryan, and we know the handprints seem to not be connected to the crime, in my opinion. But you could see how someone would think that when they're first on scene and like, oh, right. You don't know yet. So you take a picture of it, and you dust it. But, you know, now we know it's not connected. He has a, nope, he has pocket. Wait, he has pocket knife? If you're talking about chicken sandwich guy, yeah. Yes, and we talked about that. I think you weren't here yet. The legs hanging off the bed. Yep, that we talked about. I think I circled them and then I erased it. But right here, yeah, you can see the legs hanging off the bed, definitely. Again, I apologize that YouTube and or StreamYard are being delayed with the chat. Doug is saying it's not a hand. The butter out. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, the butter out. Interesting. Here's what I will say. And you know what? If you look over here, look, there's like a coffee drink just sitting over here. Like that looks like it's ready to be thrown out and just someone didn't throw it out. I wouldn't be surprised if this orange juice is empty. But you know what? To the extent, you know what? If you think about, okay, we got orange juice. And what else have we got? We got butter. Was somebody about to make breakfast? Because if they were, it had to be Dylan or Bethany. Now, also, let's keep in mind, it wouldn't surprise me if these were not from that same morning on the 13th. You know what I mean? Would it surprise me when you've got all these college kids, they're drinking and partying and they've got friends? Like, it wouldn't surprise me if these were from a different day, 10th, 9th, 8th, 11th, 12th, somebody making breakfast. They left the butter out, and I just have a feeling like this carton of orange juice is empty. That's just I just have a feeling it's probably empty, but they left the butter out. Wouldn't surprise me, but it also could be, right? If it wasn't left out, did Dylan and Bethany at some point decide to make breakfast? Also, hold on. We could maybe actually figure this out. So butter. Okay, now I'm gonna go over here. Frying pan. And it looks like there might even be a spatula set in the frying pan. Did somebody decide to make eggs for breakfast? Or did someone make eggs for breakfast? And if so, when? Because it looks like somebody maybe had made some eggs or some other breakfast food in a frying pan. I mean, if it was pancakes, given what we see here, I feel like we would see an empty pan or a pancake mix box. That's why I'm thinking maybe eggs. Oh my gosh. But I mean, this is just. Oh, how funny. Look at this. They have a thing. I bet it says clean on the other side so that people know if the dishes are clean or dirty. That's funny. That's a good idea. We have this many people living in a house and they're all in college. Yeah, I'm wondering. Now, this jug over here, this orange jug, what do you guys think that is? Do y'all think that's laundry detergent? J-Box milkshake. Oh, you're talking about over here? Okay. Yeah, we don't have Jack in the Box here. So y'all that have been there, do they have? So what's on the bottom? Is that like what is that? Is that one of those things that's like, because you know what it kind of looks like? I don't know what you call it, but a sleeve, like if you get a hot coffee, but obviously that's not a hot coffee. So like, what is that? Like, what is on the bottom? Like, that's another question. Like, what is on the bottom of that cup? Because why would a cold drink of any kind need that? What is that? Or we don't have Jack in the Box here. Is that like, are there cups? Is that where their logo is? Is that what their cups look like? I don't know. But I bet one of you guys does. Where's the plant that's knocked over? I don't think we have a picture of that yet, unless the plant got knocked over out of this pot. Let me go back to the hand picture real quick. Okay, so this is a different window. So in other words, so far what we have, plant in pot still, not knocked over. And then I don't know, or there's a plant that's not. I mean, if there's a picture of that, I haven't come across it yet. That's funny. Is that container? That's funny. Welcome, Ashley. I think we have another new squirrel friend. Look at that cute cat sitting in the chair. They drink a lot of orange. Yeah, and you know what? To that end, I was going to say, because this orange jug, if it's not laundry, this looks like an Arm & Hammer container, potentially for laundry, but if it's not that, it's probably orange juice. And so did they go through 2 full containers of orange juice? Like, is this orange juice? No, you know what? Here, let's really figure this out. Looking at the screw cap. Is it Arm & Hammer detergent or is it orange juice? That's the question on that one. And again, I have not seen any pictures yet of a plant knocked over. I know that was described at some point, from something, but I've not seen that in a picture. I would agree, Missy. Missy says that she has a feeling that that sign on the dishwasher was Kaylee's idea. I don't know why, but I also I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing. Starbucks. Okay. Keeps running. Okay. Interesting. Looks like it's not finished. I agree. I think 100% whipped cream. But, fancy Starbucks coffee drinks come with whipped cream. I mean, you can have them without, but I think a lot like the Frappuccinos and shit, right? So it could be, that's what's interesting. It could be a milkshake, could be a fancy coffee with whipped cream, but there's definitely a whipped cream situation, either from actual whipped cream or milkshake remnants. But I kind of get the whipped cream vibe as well. So would there ever be whipped cream on a milkshake? I don't think so. I think if you've got whipped cream, you're looking at fancy coffee. Yeah, it's possible. Maybe they knocked a plant over when they moved stuff by the sink. That's possible. Yeah, the cap isn't right for an Arm & Hammer. So then are we going with orange juice? 2 jugs of orange juice? It's a lot. Minute Maid OJ. Thank you, whatever, clever. Yeah. Twiz says, I'll have your... Right. Yes, thank you for that, Twiz. Thank you for that. Frappuccino, right. The fancy coffee. Yeah, you're right. That's a good thought. So do Jack in the Box milkshakes have whipped cream? Do they put whipped cream on the milkshake? Why do I feel like that seems weird? Having said that, I've never had a milkshake, so I don't really know. Yeah, feel you on that one. And isn't there a coffee place close to the house? There's probably more than one. That's kind of a stupid thing to say. It's probably more than one. Yeah, cold. That's right. Cold. It would be a cold coffee drink. That's right. It would be a Frappuccino type drink, right? Or something like that. Once Starbucks started making them, everybody started making them. That's definitely a burger bag for sure. It's got that grease. I wonder if it's the type, do you guys know what Five Guys is? You know how they put their fries just loose in the bag? This is so much grease that it's it makes me wonder if it's that type of thing because I don't know. Again, I was raised vegan. I don't eat fast food, but I would think that even if you have a greasy burger, if it's wrapped, is it possible if you guys, anyone that eats fast food, if y'all order fries and they come in a container, okay, and then you order a burger or whatever and it comes in it wrapped up in something, do the bags get this greasy? Because this, to me, it makes me wonder if it was the loose fry situation. Oh my God, look at this. You guys are the best. Whatever clever looked at the Jack in the Box milkshakes. Are you saying they put whipped cream on their milkshakes? I'm going to lose my mind. I can't even picture that. Whipped cream on a milkshake? I can't fathom it. Does that make sense to you guys? Oh my God. Why? For some reason, my brain is can't compute it. But oh my God. Well, it's confirmed. Thank you, whatever clever. Thank you. Well, there you go. So I think that we can say if these 2 items, the greasy bag and then the drink over here, were purchased in the same trip, probably we're going with Jack in the Box milkshake with whipped cream and greasy burger situation versus a coffee drink. It's too bad we can't go back in time and grab this straw and test it for DNA and see whose drink it was. Speaking of which, that reminds me of that could be a good segue into our into Twiz Bits. But it's not going to be as much fun without Twiz on stream. So they throw the extra in the bag. Right. Exactly. Extra fries in the bag. Yep. Oh, they give it a fuck ton. When I was in college, every boyfriend that I had, order this like on the regular. I'm very familiar with the fuck ton of fries they give you. I always thought it was a great value. I was like, wow, look at all that. You know what I mean? Like it's like shovels worth of fries. It's like they fill the bag almost like halfway in my experience. But I was like, wow, you get that many fries? Right. Twist, I know you said it's whipped cream from a Jack in the Box milkshake, but I didn't have it confirmed that, in fact, that is a thing because it sounds crazy. It's a good value, right, for the fries. And are the fries included, or do you pay extra? I mean, regardless, you get a lot of value for the amount of fries, I think. That's me. That it has lipstick on it. I don't know that there's another picture that I've seen yet where we can see that cup. I think that's the only one that I've found anyway where it shows that cup. So in terms of if there's lipstick, I kind of thought the same thing, but I also want to point out that the tip of it looks like it's slightly pink, but also there's this flower over here. And if you look at the edges, check it out. If you look at the edges, because it's a shitty photo, right? Like this is craziness. Like you can see the outline, the petals, but look, there's a pink glow around it. Like this is so shittily done. So it's like not the actual plant. It's like blurry. Anyway, so my thought is it could be lipstick on the straw, but it could also be just the outline of like, you see what I'm saying? The pink that surrounds all of the other plant flowers or whatever. Hi, Kane, welcome. And also Heather's here. Also welcome to Heather. Okay. Thanks, Sierra. Or am I saying that right? Sierra? Kane, do you want to come on? Because Twiz is not. I don't know why. Twiz, why are you not coming on? Let me see if you texted me. Twiz just texted me. No, I've got the parkour thing. Twiz texted me more parkour stuff, but not about coming on stream. So, we can't do Twiz bits without you on stream, though. So yeah, I think there is a lot of breakfast stuff going on. I think we've confirmed 2 jugs of orange juice. I think that my theory about making eggs is still a good one because we got the butter, we got the frying pan with the spatula sticking out. I also think that it's a good bet that this was Kaylee's idea with the magnet on or whatever sticker. It's probably a magnet, right? The dirty versus clean. I think that's a good thought there. There's so many little tidbits. And is that a slow cooker or whatever you call it over there behind the Jack in the Box bag or whatever greasy bag that is? I think that's a slow cooker. Oh, Missy says, I appreciate the fact that you actually listen to your audience and interact with them. Oh yeah, for sure. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. But this is every live stream is like this 100%. That's the whole point. I don't know what the point would be if you don't like what's the point if you don't interact like, you know, that's what squirrels do. Like, I don't really understand. Like, I mean, okay, when you've got like 50 bazillion people in the chat, I understand you can't like really, it's going to be different, right? But like, I don't really understand why people would bother with live streams if the live chat is not a huge part of the live stream. You know what I mean? Anyways. Great question from Heather. What time does it say? That's a great thought there, Heather. I hadn't come up with that one yet. That's a great question. Well, given the shittiness of these pictures, anyone's guess is as good as mine. And this is as zoomed in as it will go. I can't zoom in anymore. All right, I'll let you guys take it away. What time does that say? I mean, I've never seen numbers that look like that, so I don't know. No, I think my term interpretation from the pictures we have so far is that Xana was over there between the bed and the nightstand, or maybe sitting on the bed when the stabbing happened to her. 421 is a good guess. 420. I would go with 421. That's a good guess there. Thank you, Mittens. Missy says some talk at you instead of with you. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know why then you would do it. I just don't know what the whole point is. It's interactive. That's what I love about it. Did AI make this image? Anything's possible, Heather. For real, for real. Is the Lexus going to blast off into space? Maybe. I agree with that. I agree. It does look like it's rolling over. It is weird. The thing that's weird, the maybe potentially the weirdest about this to me is look at the thing in the middle. Why is it so much taller than everything else? That's the thing that is drawing my attention the most initially here is like, of all the weirdness, why are like the one in the middle seems to go taller than even the size of the screen. Y'all see what I'm saying? See the black part where it's like the screen? How it looks like it almost extends past it at the top. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Speaking of which, one of the attorneys that I work for came into work today and was like, guess what? I won the lottery. And I was like, what? And he pulled out his lottery ticket. And I was like, you buy a lottery ticket? He was like, yeah, I buy like once every other month or something. He buys one. And then he told me the story about it. He pulled it out and it has like all the different 2-digit numbers. There's like 6 or 7 of them for the Powerball. And it's 2-digit numbers. And it's like he got over half of them correct. He got like the first one, the second one, and then like he got like 4 out of 7 or something like that correct. And guess how much he won? I'll let you guys guess. How much do you think he won for that lottery ticket? Getting like 4 out of 7 numbers correct. And by the way, the on the line, if you win, like whatever it is, it was like 400 million or something was like the winning prize or whatever. $20. You guys, good guesses, but I'll tell you what, less than these guesses so far. We have not made it to that picture yet. I did see it, and I have it, but we have not discussed it yet. Less than 20, less than 20. Okay, so let's go. And while you guys are guessing, let's go to find some more pictures. Okay, so we've done all these. We're going in order. Okay, so now we are on to this picture. I don't know, maybe not as interesting. I mean, obviously it is what it is. We can see what it is. Okay, fine. So now we have this one. So, I mean, this to me looks like a very typical scene in college, like at a friend's house or whatever. What was the question? The question was trying to guess how much he won on the lottery ticket when the grand prize was like 400 million and he got 4 out of 7 numbers correct. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Mittens, you win. If I could give you the $400 million lottery prize, I would give it to you. He won $7. And so then we laughed. We laughed. I mean, I was like, real stuff. He was like, $7 is what he won when he got over half the numbers correct. It's like wow. So there you go. So here, yeah, I mean, this is also, you know, just some Judge Bev going on over here with the White Claw. Did they have Judge Bev over? Like, did she do this? Was Judge Bev involved? Because, you know, anyway, I know she's not the only one that drinks White Claw, but the first thing I think of when I see White Claw. Okay, now we have this bathroom. Was there anything? You can tell that women live here, and why? Because look at how the toilet paper is all there's plentiful toilet paper. I was saying on a different live stream how like I was like, why is it like in college, right? And I think about all my guy friends. I had a lot of guy friends. Every single one of them, you go to their house, and there was never any toilet paper in any of the bathrooms. It was like a thing. Like there's no toilet paper in any of the bathrooms in any of their houses. And like that's a thing, right? Like they just don't ever have to. But you look at this. That's how you know this. There's ladies that are living here because plenty of toilet paper stocked up. At least he was supporting education. Yes. I forget how much the ticket cost though. I think he said the ticket cost. I remember thinking he made like $2 or $3 off of the cost of the ticket, something like that. But we were talking about this lottery ticket and having that discussion when then a bunch of fires had to be put out, as they say. Shit went off the rails. It was a crazy day in the law firm today. Anyways, okay, so this has got to be Dylan's room because remember the talk of the eyebrows, the prominent. I bet that has got to be Dylan's room, right? all the faces with the eyebrows. That's got to be what this is. Something's redacted over here on the wall. What is that? What is redacted over here? That's interesting. What is that? And why is it redacted? That's what I want to know. Well, I was going to say something and then I was like, I probably would sound mean. What is this plug for? Is there another electric blanket? Do they all have electric blankets? Is that what this is? Look at this plug, guys. Is this, that's what this looks like. Oh my gosh, another electric blanket, I wonder. But she's not using it. You remember how it said it was detachable? This looks like, you know what this looks like? This looks like the plug for the electric blanket detached because you can detach it to wash the blanket and it's ready to go. And maybe this is the electric blanket right here, the pink and red one. I bet that's what it is. Or no, wait, hang on, keep looking. It is. That's what it is. Look, if you watch the plug, here, hold on. Let me do this. How funny. Did they all get each other electric blankets for Christmas one year or something? So I'm going to draw on here. Okay. So yeah, I just traced the plug basically, but the plug goes all the way from this is an electric blanket right here. Interesting. I wonder what type of prong it has. Oh, Kane, are you wanting to come on? I would love that. Here, hold on. Let me give you a link. I don't know why Twiz isn't coming on. I thought Twiz, like I even discussed it with him. Thought he was going to come on. Apparently he's not. I think there was a joke that I missed. Wouldn't be the first time. So I put a link in the chat. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat here as well. Oh my God, good eye, Heather. Right? That is, I think. It does look like it could be that. You know what it could also look like though? Once you see the screen, once you think screen figure, it's hard to think anything else. But my first thought about what that was I thought that was initially the black thing here where my whole hand is. I initially thought that was like one of those lamps that's like a reading light and that the white part was like the lens or whatever. That was my first thought, was it was like one of those reading lights that you clamp on, you know, it's like clamp and then it bends. But now that Heather says screen figure, I can't unsee that. So welcome, MCAT. An electric mattress pad? Like a heated mattress pad? That seems like that would be a fire hazard, though. I mean, it seems to be connected to the blanket, and the electric blanket makes sense. There's Kane. Woo! You're muted. Welcome to MCAT. Haven't seen you in a while, my friend. Kane, is this the purge? Are we purging? You're muted. Elaine, your mic. Elaine, your mic. Anyone that watched Step, you heard.
Can you zoom in on that, Chelsea, please?
I was going to say that's what she said, but that wouldn't really work. Where would you like me to zoom in?
Where your blue line is, where the Scream doll?
Yes.
Allegedly. Yeah, they totally took the whole timeline thing from the girl that survived, that had a completely crazy story, didn't call 911 for 8 hours, and has a scream doll on her bed and a giant penis on the wall.
I still think, okay, hold on. Let's not go. Look at the top of the head, though. I've never seen Scream, but look at the top of the head. You've got
the top of the head is the bedpost.
Oh, the bedpost.
And then the Scream doll has a cowl. Clearly. Look here it is. I'm wearing this Scream t-shirt right now.
Are you?
So you can see.
What are the fucking odds, Kane? That is wild. Here, hold on. Can I make you bigger?
That's what she said.
Hold on. How do I? Hold on.
Bird. Hold on, let me see.
There we go. That's better. Yeah.
There it is.
What are the odds that that's wild that is what's that you're wow. Did you plan that? Did you already see this ahead of time, the Scream Doll thing or whatever?
I do travel time from occasionally. Just in my dreams, so I knew from my dream that I was supposed to wear the slasher doll shirt.
Are you on were you sitting on a bouncy ball just a second ago?
I'm on the trampoline, the exercise trampoline.
I knew you were bouncing. I was like, he's bouncing. So how do I get the layout where it was? How did oh wow. For some reason I'm clicking on these and they're not like what they look like in the pictures. Anyways, I guess we could just do full screen because then the pictures. So anywho's, who's this? Who's who?
Who this? Who this fool?
Yeah,
I'm
kind of with you on this one though. That like the screen thing, yeah. Like I don't know. I mean, it is kind of funny, but like it's not. Yeah, I mean, Kane's wearing a Scream shirt, right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's not. It's kind of funny that it's there, but like it doesn't. I wouldn't read that. To me, is not the most important thing about Dylan. That makes it seem like Dylan.
Let me share another image with you. Don't hold me to it, but in a second here, that is a picture that I used as a thumbnail that Lana found. Give me a minute on it, but
Scream Doll is right there by the blue line.
A picture. Which month was that? Of Dylan, one of Dylan's friends, who's allegedly a gangster. So you have somebody that hangs out with her boyfriend. Was a wannabe gangster like his father, right? And so when you have birds of a feather, you know what I mean? This is where's the darn picture? I'll find it in a second. I just had it up on JJ's a minute ago.
What's this thing?
What are we looking at? Hold on, I'm searching my computer right now.
That's okay. I was talking. Can you do that? Chat. All you guys, lovely squirrel friends. Welcome if you're new. Welcome if you're not new. Welcome to everybody. Love you guys. Yes. What's the black thing? P. Fox. Yes. The black thing in the middle of the bed. What is that? It's little. And it's kind of square looking.
What are we looking at? I can't see.
Where the little, do you see the lethal hand? Kane? See the lethal hand?
Hold on, let me cancel this. Oh, it looks.
You know what it could be? It could be a hair tie. Hold on, bear with me.
Okay, that's
Let me explain what type of hair tie. You know, like the type of scrunchies, but they're like not the fluffiest kind. They're like, that's what this looks like it could be, and that it's just crumbled a little bit. You know how they do that? They scrunch. I bet that's a hair scrunchie. You do, and the reason I say that is this. Speaking as somebody who's lost, I don't know how many hair ties by sleeping, and also nose rings for some reason. If I'm missing my nose ring, I'm like, oh, let me go check near the pillow because somehow. So that might be what that is. Mouth guard box. Honestly, I'm thinking scrunchy, guys. I'm thinking scrunchy. You see the middle of it looks like it's empty, like that's the bed, right?
You guys, I see it.
Yeah, I see I'm thinking scrunchy.
It could be though. You know?
P. Fox, if I had right, me too. We both be rich. Also, I would be double rich because I have 2 piercings in my nose. On the same nostril. So when I lose one, I might lose both. Actually, one of them's a ring, so that one I don't have to worry about getting lost.
I honestly don't understand how people get nose rings because
velvet. I had cat. Yes.
I had a ring on my finger for a while. This is the picture I was talking about, Charles. That I would catch it on everything, and it would hurt. You know, and if you catch your nose or your ear when you have 50 piercings, the pain of it getting torn out is just, that's indescribable, I'm sure. Oh. And
I
that's going to be a
mean,
hard recovery, too. But anyway, this is a friend
whatever
of
you can.
Dylan Mortensen's that's allegedly gang affiliated. Okay, so when you add up, she's got the Scream doll, she's got this gangster
Okay, I'm
boyfriend.
not gonna put. I don't know where this picture came. Come on, that seems like that could be one of those.
No, this is true. This is true. This is one of
Okay.
Dylan Mortensen's friends. I'm not kidding. That's her pledging allegiance to that gang with this
I mean,
with
but
this
really,
sword.
y'all don't take this the wrong way. But as I happen to be a white girl, white lady, whatever. How many y'all? How many of you guys know white ladies in gangs? And if
Know
you know
what?
them, how many of them are there? What about you, Kane? What do you think? You know anyone?
Know anybody what?
Do you know any white girls that are in gangs?
Yeah, I've known a few. I know a girl who was
Okay.
in MS-13.
A white girl?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you have to be from like El Salvador to do that one?
Right, and she was so dumb she thought they were from Mexico.
Oh God. Well,
But you know when you're in a gang as a girl, you don't typically hold a high. You're not held in high regard. You know exactly. So it's they have a grooming system. They bring you in with the DRUGSs, and they keep you coming back that way.
okay.
But there are plenty of girl gangsters. There's girl gangs in all the prisons. It's not unheard of. And Idaho, you see how they all try to emulate the gangster. They're always throwing up gang signs in that, especially in that group. And it's kind of the trend of that generation, you know.
Okay. I will just say I've never known any. I've never
Right?
personally known
Yeah. In
anyone.
our age group, I don't think it was as big a thing as it is now. They just think they're so cool. I'm in a gang.
Yeah, I don't put. I don't know. I'm. You know, I don't. I'm. I can't attest to the fact that that picture is a person in a gang or not. I just, to me, it seems a bit like It seems a bit. It just. It's, as I say, sometimes it strains credulity a little bit for me personally. But again, I don't have any experience with gang people. So, but also it does sound like the type of thing that would be a rumor that would catch fire, right? Because obviously, and that's, we know that happens in this case and in other cases, right? That happens. So,
Well, I'm just telling you.
and
I'm
I'm
just
not
trying
saying
to explain the
gotcha.
general mentality of quite a number of the people in the group
Oh, there you go.
from what we've seen from videos, and apparently here she's got the Scream doll. She was always kind of creeping anyway. And so, I mean, dude, come on.
Are Odin a gang though? Aren't they more of a cult?
That's also very
Or
popular in Idaho,
a religion.
in Utah.
Yes, that's true. Okay, so let's go on to the next picture. Hang on here. We did this one. We did this one. For anyone who's just now getting here, joining us, again, I think it's just super fascinating. The 3 prongs and the red circles, right? Like, that is super fascinating to me. Okay, we talked about that at length earlier.
Let me ask you a question. Wait, go back to that one, please. Let me ask you a question about this.
Sure.
This is Xana's bed with the table askew, right? So
Yes.
this is where does it look to you like I've cut myself shaving and left more blood than I see on this mattress. Now this is the room that allegedly blood poured out of the walls on the outside of the foundation of the house.
I will just say that this is my personal interpretation. That picture to me always looked fake. I assumed it was fake the first time I saw it. It looks fake and it seems like exactly the type of thing. I don't know. Was that ever verified as being legit? I don't know. I also thought it was fake.
Anyway, what do you think of these 3 dots? What are you making of those 3 dots? Is that some type of weapon thing?
Well, we talked about this at length because it is very interesting, right? So it looks like the same thing left the same pattern, right? But whatever it is, the thing is like if you go to where's the other picture? Like
It's very much the same pattern.
right. And then, but then when you go to this one, the reason it seems like it must be a body part is because where is the picture? Hold on, I went the wrong way again. I keep doing this.
Come on, Chelsea.
These are just in literally no particular order except as fast as I could download them. Here we go. This one. Now, if you look down, you see where the letter N is, but go to the right. So there's that same triangle thing, but then look, there's more, and there's a lot of pooling down here. So that's why I'm like, what was it a body part that left that print, that imprint, like stamp? I'm thinking of it as like a stamp, right? Pressing against the bed, pressing against the wall, but then it was bleeding, and then it was bleeding. I mean, and then you have all this pooling. Again, we talked a lot about that earlier. There's tons of blood pooling there, and then of course you get to, and then that was where Xana died, right? So, and there's that nightstand, and so I circled these so that they would line up, right? So that part of the nightstand, to orient everybody for anyone who missed it earlier, that part. And this was with the help of the chat, right? Figuring out the lay of the land is this part. And then you can tell there's a lot of blood there. Anyways, so, but as far as this thing, what this looks like to me initially was this plug. Well, as an example of what this looks like I was calling it a prong, and here's why. Let me share this. Hold on. For anyone who missed it, I think it's worth looking at. Here. This is what it made me think of. This one on the right here, the type K plug on the far right. That's what it made me think of. Are you looking, Kane? The type K plug? That's what it looked like to me.
Yes.
And then other people were saying, could it have been a stun gun or a taser? And I think that's viable. The only problem that I have with my theory of initial theory anyway, of like this type of plug, because it's just what it looks like. But whether it's that or any type of thing versus body part, the problem with that is that the thing, whatever it is, appears to also bleed, right? That, because that is not cast off. That is not an imprint of like swiping it or smudging it. That is a body part that's losing blood, and it's losing blood on the nightstand. And it's also, there's also all this blood that's pooling here. So okay. I don't know.
Let me, first of all, I think that the trident, I call it blood spatter, is too far apart to be an AC plug. But here's the thing I'm going to ask you right now, Chelsea.
Yes.
Ethan was laying on his back, correct? And his head was against the wall and his feet were over the edge of the bed. The back of his calves were, I guess, sliced from top to bottom. Where's the blood? Where's legs?
So in the document, and I've actually got it over here. Let me pull it up. Document that I have here about his legs is number 51. What does it say specifically? It says, laying on his back in the bed with some type of blanket pulled over his midsection. His body was at an angle. Okay, we already covered this part earlier tonight. I could clear the wounds. Okay. I also noticed 2 large cuts to the back of Chapin's legs. Here's the problem with this. 2 large cuts. So there could be a document we haven't gotten to yet on this channel that says sliced from top to bottom. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. But from what we have so far in order that we've gone through with these docs, what we have is 2 large cuts to the back of the leg. Now, here's the problem with this, is that's all relative, right? Like large compared to what? Can we get a measurement? Like large in which way? Because it says that they appear to be deep. Are they large because they're deep, or are they large because they're horizontal? Basically, looking at this, it's like, well, it's all relative, right? I know. I'm going to read it again. Here's the quote. I also noticed 2 large cuts to the back of Chapin's legs. I mean, it's hard to say without more information. Now, again, that will be coming hopefully in these docs, but we've only gotten to number 64 or something like that. So that's one thing. So I don't know yet if I haven't read anything where it's like saying top to bottom all the way sliced. If that's the case, yeah, that's a hell of a large cut. I mean, that's awful, isn't it, though? But like, anyways. So let's see here what you guys are saying. You think he's on his stomach here? I don't think they have moved him when they took this picture. I don't think they would have moved him. And they did say, I mean, I'm looking at the document right here, that Ethan was laying on his back. So I would think he's on his back. When they found him, right? Now, as far as like the cuts, right? Those cuts could have happened. He might not have been on his back when he was stabbed. In fact, he couldn't have been if he's, I mean, the cuts on the legs could have been post-mortem, but I think it's also possible, like if he's sleeping, he could have been on his side, or maybe he was sleeping on his stomach. Anyway, the cuts to the legs could have happened, and then he could have rolled over, like, what the fuck's happening? Why am I being stabbed? And then died on his back. That's also possible. Just saying. But as far as the blood goes, right. So regardless of the size of the, okay, 2 large cuts. Okay, so let's think about this. Let me pull this back up on my end here. So it could be, I mean, I don't know. It could be that the blood, I mean, maybe it's redacted enough. Maybe it really soaked in. Maybe it went deep. Maybe the blood soaked down into the bed instead of spread to like outward. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It depends on, and if you look at, interesting too, if you look at the indentation on the mattress, it's interesting. Huh. You know what? I have a thought. So check it out. You know how like when you lay on a bed, it's going to be indented where you're laying or whatever?
Right.
But look at how much more it's sunken in around the legs on both sides. Look at where the whole hand is. Check it out. But especially here. And also, hang on. So also though, wow. Did anyone notice that this is supposed to be a sheet, right? The bottom sheet, the fitted sheet. Why is it so like on to the right of Ethan's body? It's a dark gray fitted sheet. To the left, it's a different color. Now I understand that lighting and
the
all
flash,
that.
I think.
But it's just odd that the divide is like with Ethan's body in the middle.
Maybe
but
they
also,
were holding a flashlight.
Well, yeah, no, they definitely had a flashlight. That's normal. But like also, but look at the indentation so far away from what would be his left leg. So close to the pink blanket, and there's a big indentation. So what if the blood soaked down into the mattress instead of spreading outward? And then it's because it's so sunken in, it's like maybe there's lots of blood soaked there. I don't know.
You would think, I don't know, you would think there, I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to see this picture.
Yeah, it's awful.
This is bad, yeah.
It's what?
This is bad, yeah. If this is really what it looked like, though, they're leaving out the Xana one. I mean, she must have been in some kind of peculiar position. And
I think Xana is right here, where it's blurred out.
Oh, I thought they said she was in the hallway.
I actually see. I thought that too, Kane, because I actually commented on that the other night. I had thought that too, but no, I don't know where that came from. But we both seemed to have thought that. And when I say that, I mean that was my impression. Like I remember thinking that I learned that before these reports came out. Is that what you also thought, Kane?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought they said.
Okay, so but these reports, I'm looking up here now again at number 51, and what it says here is that check it out. So.
One thing I can say about this picture is if I look down the hallway on my way to these stairs, which I would have to do, I would definitely respond in some way other than going on LinkedIn and Yik Yak for 8 hours. So
looking at this document again, there's blood on this nightstand in various locations. There's time on the bed. Yeah. There's Ethan. I'm looking at it here.
Can you zoom in a little bit on it?
Yes. It does say, though, that she was, it does describe her being on the floor of the room, like in the room. But I also, like you, I did think initially that she was in the hallway, but that's not been reported in any of the...
What about in the PCA when they're saying how they found the bodies?
I don't remember what they said. Honestly, I don't give a shit. So I don't know that they said that in the hallway thing. I don't know if that came from PCA. I think I don't remember but that we both got that impression. So, anyways, so yeah, there we go. I'm zooming in for you there, Kane.
Okay. I'm trying to look at that back wall. Is the only reason.
The back wall.
Again, where that coffee table or the end table is.
The nightstand.
We see more of the nightstand, I think. Not to the right of it. That little shelf thing.
Right here with the candles on it?
Different angle of it, yeah.
Right. So again, if you pay attention to where this is circled, right? So this is the nightstand, right? So you can see the front of it, the drawer is open. So the part that's circled, that's the side, and you can see that there's blood on it. And then if I go here, it's why I did this way. That's where this is circled.
See, that's the thing. You can see there was some type of movement of that table. There's blood on it. You literally have a dead body sitting in a pool of blood, yet Dylan was able to just walk right by several times and not deduce that what was going on. Give me a break, dude. How dumb do you think I am? You know, I mean, I can't believe a thing they said.
Now, having said that, you know, was there talk about, hold on, let me go back to the document because let's see. Well, so let's see, they already went in. I was actually just thinking I was thinking, okay, well, what if the door was like not fully open? But then I was like, well, but they saw her passed out or whatever. So it doesn't, there's no good way to explain it. I'm trying to figure out ways that could explain things and there's no way. But basically what I was thinking is, well, the way the door is here, this is after, first of all, Hunter, this is after the kids, Hunter at the very least, right, came in and went in the room, whatever, right? But also at this point, law enforcement, I think, has already been in there. And so that door, in other words, the position of that door may not be how it was after the murder. But we don't know. But also, yeah, but like that's definitely a huge ass amount of blood right there. Just saying. Like you can't miss that. I mean, you guys, like that's.
You gotta figure she's a roommate, so she's passed by that room 1,000 times. If she saw it in this state, instantly you know something's wrong when you got flashbangs popping outside your door and synapses firing all over the place, and you're just gonna walk right by. And hey Xana, are you okay? Oh, I'll text you. Hold on.
The other thing
I'm 5 feet away, but I gotta text you.
Is like you guys that were asking about the blood seeping out of the outside of the wall. That picture again to me looks fake as fuck. However, what I will say is if it was real, when you look at what you're seeing here, when we talk about the seepage of the blood, I would say that blood would be this blood, which would have been Xana's blood, not Ethan's. And I mean, anyway, just look at all that pooling of blood. That what I can say is from what we've seen so far, if that seepage was real, this is what caused it. From what we've seen so far. This because this is on the floor, right? Remember, Maddie and Kaylee were in the bed. Ethan was on the bed. So in terms of seepage on the floor, this would be the culprit, I think. If that picture
is the exterior wall to the left or to the right? I have
no idea. I'm sure.
I wonder. We need to see a different angle.
And so there's a stairway here or whatever. So like probably I would guess that to the left. So the bed is to the left, right? And then there's a window. And
I
which
that
wall
the
is sleeping?
Exterior walls to the right,
or it could be to the back of it, like the
2 and 3-story houses, due to settling, are sometimes graded, so it may be a slope one way or the other that blood would flow. Blood doesn't flow very far though, so
supposedly that's a black rug.
Why would they pour out a black rug? I wonder.
That does not like. Shaped, but why would it be shaped like that though?
Yeah, because allegedly Xana was in a t-shirt and her underwear, right?
Yeah.
You know what it does remind me of,
right?
though,
I know.
is the pictures on the phone of the guy at Banfield when you blow him up. It looks like the same kind of thing. You remember those, Chelsea? I don't know if you ever saw those.
Oh, it was such a long time ago. I don't remember. Years ago when it first happened. I haven't seen it.
Well, yeah, it was when Banfield came out. That was wee bit later. They zoomed in on when he was talking to the police officers what he was looking at on his phone. First of all, if you're talking to the police, the first thing they'll tell you to do is put your phone down. You know what I mean? So that's weird. And, take your sunglasses off is another one. It's like, you just add up so many weird things and you come up with like 56 quadrillion different options. That's why this whole thing just seems like it's just some kind of psyop to hide something. Don't you think? Am I getting off the rails?
Well, I will be honest with you. I'm multitasking here, and you can repeat what you said, and I will pay more attention because now I was tasking myself with another mission, which is this mission about what was Ethan wearing. So
Chelsea's a way of saying I wasn't listening to what you're saying.
I'm just like literally. So Kaneko asked the question, and I was like, huh. And then I started like scroll braining and like trying to track. Anyways, so you can repeat that, but give me 1 second because I want to find, because I can answer the question. So what I was saying is where I'm at in the docs, there's been nothing said about him being naked. But then I thought, hold on, I know how we can figure it out from what we've read so far, because I'm not jumping ahead, going in order, is when it talks about what they were wearing at autopsy, he had clothes on. Like, as I remember, it listed his clothes. I just have to find which document that is. So, Kane, I'm going to go find that document, and can you please retell your story? And I'm sorry I wasn't listening.
Well, one thing also I noticed about this hallway is much shorter than I remember it seeing it from this picture. I pictured it more as like I guess for some reason, like a 20-foot hallway or 15-foot. This seems about 10, maybe 8 to 10-foot hallway here, so that's much closer than I thought. You made a good point about the door. We don't know whether it was open or closed, but you can see especially if you erase your little circle marker there, or I don't know if that was already there. The doorknob does not have a code lock on it, like we were told that all the doors had code locks.
I never heard that.
Were we told that? I thought that's why her dad came and changed the lock.
I don't know anything about that. That might have been something that was, I don't know.
Maybe I'm imagining it, but the only code lock we see is on the first floor, and then I know I guess the front door also had a code lock. But why would you have a code lock? I guess maybe for some rental purposes. But I'm starting to get the impression that this house was held by the fraternity as a party house, and that the girls just lived there for free. But they had to put up with the constant party. So that was the trade-off. I'm starting to wonder that. I know that there were leases and stuff like that, but I mean, when you have a house that is as much of a party house that you have a dilapidated old flip cup table or beer pong table ready for action, and still set up a day after it was used at the party, that's a pretty wild house. You know what I mean? So anything goes.
Oh yeah, and we haven't talked about the beer pong, but we will. We're just going little by little, and we're really breaking these pictures down into minute detail, which I love doing. I mean, I think each one of these pictures, honestly, there's so much to talk about. I feel like there's plenty that we still could even talk about, but I'm trying to get through some of them, which is really funny because I feel like there's some people that like. I mean, it's not that many pictures, right? So anyways, it's just funny. Yeah. We're going.
How many pictures was there total, Chelsea?
I didn't count them, but if I had to guess, maybe like 10 or so. If I had to guess, I can't.
Oh, really? Okay, because I didn't see the ones that I'm seeing today, like this one yesterday. I just saw like the doorknob and a wall and stuff like that. No, there were These are new to me.
Yeah, I'm just finding the report where it has where they list the items from autopsy. Where it's going to say what Ethan was wearing. So I'm just looking for that real quick. I'm almost through.
No problem. Yeah, I'll keep talking. Can you change the picture?
I can. Let me do that. That's a great idea. Okay.
Change the record, man.
Let's go to another new picture. So what have we? Let's see. Going in order. Oh yeah, we need to talk about the beer pong. So let's go to
Where's the big one? There's the big one.
The one with where they're all
You have
new.
it.
Whatever. Hold on. There. This is what people wanted to talk about. The neat cups that are. They
Oh
look like they're
wow!
on
On the other
tray
side
or
of the
something.
table, everything's set up.
Yeah. Are they on a tray or something? What's in front
That
of
I
the cup?
wonder because, well, if you see there's one that's out of alignment towards the top one, so I
Mm-hmm.
don't think it's in a tray. But they're definitely ready. But that's the thing is they have it ready for a game, but it's off to the side. Oh no, it's just the angle. I see. Okay, so yeah, they're ready for a game on this side. The other side, I guess one of the officers bumped into the table during the initial investigation. This was a better view of the. That's what I more pictured the hallway as long. For some reason,
Yeah.
that other picture made it look short. Maybe they're using a wide
Well,
angle
I was.
lens here.
It was. I think I was also zoomed in, and so.
Right, that could be. But still, you saw the wall. This is taken from further back, so the
Yes.
close up kind of gives you the actual distance of a wall. Everything is cut corners and small areas. Like I mean, you could barely fit a bed in Xana's room, and then if you look at the bathroom, they have one of those stick it in the corner sinks, and the
Right.
bathtub
Right.
is in the toilets in the bathtub kind of thing. Um, all every single corner in construction that could have possibly been cut has been in the house,
Good
which
point.
makes it like an awkward living room. Like
Right.
there's no real place to put the TV where the couch
Good.
is
Good point.
facing it, kind of place,
Yeah.
Um, and that was by design. The owner, in an interest to make money, kept costs low, and you could see when they tore it down how flimsy of a
Right.
it
Yeah,
did
it was
not look
so
up to
fast.
code by any means.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point though about the construction of where they were cutting corners and whatnot.
However, one thing you got to notice is the lights. These string lights, at least, are all lit up, so you can conjecture that at the time Dylan walked by the body, at least we know these little starlights in the doorway were on, and so there was some light. Unless you're like you needed to put your glasses on, you'd be able to see. Man, something's fucked up over there. Pardon my French. Kids go to bed.
Oh, I don't. You can say whatever you want. Things be fucked up. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah, so just trying to get an idea of how much daylight there would be. I mean, there were quite a number of windows, wasn't there, from the outside? Thinking about it on that.
Yeah,
One.
it's kind of a bright house. I mean, on
Mhm.
some aspects, I mean, it seems like there's some rooms without any windows, though.
Yeah, I wonder. I think the bathrooms didn't have windows, or at least the
Is that it?
one of them,
Maybe.
because they're like in the middle where the staircase is.
Well, when you look at that one wall from the back where the power meter is, there's no windows on that whole side of the house.
Right.
From the
Right.
outside.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so I get confused on the layout of whose room was what. But, that so basically the living room doesn't have a window there in itself. Over the stairway, it looks like there may be a little window, but beyond that.
Right.
So yeah, if she was passing back and forth, post say what sunrise in the middle of winter, 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
When you have full brightness, that's still 3 more hours. And I don't know. I'm not seeing 50 and 30 stab wounds worth of crime scene. To me, I don't know if maybe it's me, but it just seems like the bodies were brought back there, and they were bloody, and they wiped the blood, but it's not like some big spattery butcher shop. Like
I mean, that pooling though on the floor to me is really significant. I mean, that's a lot. If you were brought there, there would have been. I mean, if Xana was bleeding like that, can you imagine what the rest of the house would have looked like if she was carried in or brought there, like the hallway? I mean, you know what I mean? Like in the hallway, and I think it's actually the picture. Let me see what we're looking at. So like, look at the hallway though, right? There's like a couple, maybe a couple drops of blood, maybe somewhere on the, we don't know which railing it is. But basically, if you imagine someone's bleeding that much and then you're carrying, I don't know. I just don't see how that would be possible.
That's a good point. Well, they could have been wrapped up in blankets or something like this. Just to play devil's advocate on that.
Yeah. Does anybody know? And I'm trying to find this document, so I've not seen it all saying. Does anyone know in the chat which document number it is with the where they talk about the autopsies and like they just talk about collecting the evidence? I feel like it was early on in the document dump.
I think I know. I think it's Schindler's List.
Thanks, Kane. Yes. I'm trying to. I'm literally at the point where I'm just going to open all of them in a row. It's going to take fucking ever. I'm trying to find it.
We know you don't give up, Chelsea.
I don't give up. He's right about that. I will find it. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes, guys.
I will find him.
I just found it. I just found it. Sorry, I'm excited. I just found it.
This is Sparta.
This is worth sharing because I just spent for fucking ever trying to find this. So I'm going to share this to you guys in celebration of, here we go. I did it. Yay.
Done it.
All right.
Lucy was just about to get on task.
Oh yes, I see that. Thank you, Heather. Thank you for the thought. Though. Okay, so here we go. So we're gonna see what the people were wearing. So we have Xana there with sweatshirt, underwear. Okay, Ethan.
Ethan was buck ass, I think.
Yeah, maybe he was. So again, so far where I'm at, I've not read anything in any of the documents that say he was naked. That's why I wanted to pull this up because we could deduce it, right? So it looks like maybe he was necklace,
socks,
bracelet, and socks.
Yeah.
So maybe
which
he
would
was
make sense in
naked.
cold weather. You don't want to take the socks off.
Feet, yeah. So maybe he was completely naked because if he was wearing clothing, it would have been here. Yeah. Okay. So he was naked, but for socks and then jewelry. Socks and jewelry, guys. There you go. Socks and jewelry. Yep. Here's the thing for me. I would rather figure this out the way I just did it, and here's why. Because if we've seen all kinds of the number of things that contradict themselves in terms of the narrative, right? So, like for example, if we read somewhere in one of these reports, if one of the officers says, "Oh yeah, Ethan was naked," but then the other reports don't comment on it or whatever, it's like, okay, well, he was also covered by a blanket and like naked compared to anyway. In other words, them saying it narrative style means way less to me than looking at this and being like, oh, he was wearing socks, a bracelet, and a necklace. So this to me, this is the reliable way to confirm versus them law enforcement narrative style. You know what I mean? So there you go. This is from the autopsies. I mean, socks, is that naked or not naked? That's the question, guys. If you've got socks on,
depends if you're playing strip poker, it's not. That'd be the first thing you take out. Yeah,
right. It is really sad, though. I agree with you guys there. I mean, obviously, it's awful. It's awful. So I would say to me, that's not naked. Because to me, naked means no clothes. I think you can be naked and have jewelry, but also I'm someone that has permanent jewelry that doesn't, like, facial piercings and whatnot, whatever. Anyways, like the way you might take a necklace off, but not an eyebrow ring.
Well, if a guy walked into your restaurant and you had a bar and grill and he was only wearing socks, a necklace, and a bracelet, would you call the police and say somebody's here clothed?
Wait, what? I'm sorry. I'm still trying to figure out the first part. If somebody walked into my restaurant?
If you owned a bar and grill and a guy walked in just socks and a bracelet, what would you tell the police?
That's a good question. Okay, so what you're saying is this. Okay, I think what you're getting at is this.
You'd say there's a naked guy in my freaking bar.
Here's what you're getting at is this. The standard of nakedness in public versus in your home. That's what this is really getting at, right? Like, in other words, yes, if he was outside, if anyone's outside of their house wearing only socks, I would call them naked. But if somebody is, I don't know, skinny dipping or in a private setting, whatever, in their own home, sexy time, what have you, anything, like,
sure,
I would call that not naked.
It's not normal. It's still naked because you have roommates and they're gonna walk around and you see somebody in their socks, they're naked.
I love that. That was really good devil's advocate there, Kane.
Thank you.
What if you live with one other person, but it's a significant other?
You got a point there.
It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. Okay. Heather has another question about the prints.
Here's a question. In the autopsies, it doesn't say anything about doing a pregnancy test on any of them, does it?
Oh, actually, I don't think I have not gotten to the one where they describe how they did the autopsy. This is just, but yeah, no, that would be weird if they didn't do that. Okay, so you're talking about Heather, this paragraph. Wait, did you say it was only Ethan's prints? This says Chapin's prints were taken, and then it's the Cronulla's prints were taken. This is their prints were all taken, Heather. I might be missing something. But also, we're still in this conversation here. Too Fast says Chelsea's standard of naked. Literally what I was thinking, Too Fast. Literally, I was like, I love this conversation because the way that Kane and I were going about it is like so attorney.
I don't know why he changed his name back from Chipmunk. Is YouTube messing with everybody's names again? Remember when they did that?
Yeah, that didn't seem to affect this channel, thank God. But yeah, that was weird. Okay, so I think Heather's trying to say keep reading. Okay. On the 16th, they left the prints there. They left the prints. Hold on. And my brain's trying to figure out money because also Mittens is asking about the SD card. Oh my God. I could go on and on about that freaking SD card. So some of you guys might have been there. I responded. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Heather. We're at left at the Spokane County Medical's office. Okay, let me read this full sentence. Mogan's and Maddie's and Kaylee's prints were both taken on 11/17 in the morning by somebody. Law enforcement, right? Or what? I don't know. Ellie and were left at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's office with somebody. How do you leave fingerprints somewhere? That seems like leaving oxygen.
Yeah, I don't understand get that
it.
wording right.
I don't understand that at all.
I don't know what they mean.
Yeah, that's a weird one. So, but I think whatever it is that they're trying to say, it seems like Ethan's and Xana's prints wound up with whoever wrote this report. And then Maddie's and Kaylee's prints did not end up with this officer. I suppose ended up eventually with somebody else. I responded, but then they collected them. It says they responded to the Spokane and collected them from somebody. Anyways, are toe rings considered naked? I think if you're not wearing clothes, but you're wearing jewelry, to me, it's naked. Unless you're wearing some sort of jewelry that's like actually like a chainmail. Because, that could be another gray area, right, Kane? Like chainmail jewelry, but it's like a shirt, but it's jewelry. What do you have to say about that?
About as in regards to.
Well, because I was saying, like, to me, if you're not wearing any clothing, again, this is back to the standard of being in your own home.
Jewelry doesn't count as clothing. Either it's makeup or
but what if you're
even
wearing
a hat.
But what if you're wearing the type of jewelry like a chainmail, a decorative chainmail type jewelry thing? They make shit like this. I've seen it online where it's like jewelry, but it's like covers a large portion of your body, like similar to chainmail, but think delicate lady, not medieval war.
Well, me lady, I would say chainmail. You're trying to threaten me with a good time, then.
Right? For real. I do love chainmail. I really do. So
I have 3 dragons.
I want 3 dragons. Jealous.
They're baby dragons.
So Mittens is saying Xana and Ethan traveled together to the morgue or wherever, and then Maddie and Kaylee left later together. That I guess that's what is that what they're saying about the left? It's not. That would make more sense. Okay, it's the SD card. Hold on, I need to go back to this. Mittens. What does photo SD card mean? Is that photos they took of him? Okay, you're not talking about the SD card that I flipped out about the other day. You're talking about a different one. You're talking about.
I'm not saying that toe rings aren't sexy. Unless it's a guy. Is that a dude?
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
not wearing
There you-
jewelry.
there
Well,
you
then
go.
that's good. You're doing well, sir. I
Mi-
will. I'll
mi-
give you that.
Mittens, there you go. Just look at right here. SD photo card. So it's an SD card with autopsy photos on it, and there's one for each person. That's
You
what
know
it is.
one jewelry concoction that bothers me, Chelsea,
What?
is when they have the little chain hanging down, like from a nipple or from a nose. That's just begging for trouble, and it looks
I agree.
really weird.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Anyway, I
Does
just
that
wanted
help?
to
Does
point
that
that out.
help? That was a good point, Kane. Does this help you there, Mittens? Right there at the SD photo card. That's what that is. There's one for each of them. It's just that they didn't. They should have been consistent and labeled it the same for each person. But why would they do that in this case? Because they don't do anything normal.
It's 52
So-
card pickup.
So it says SD photo card, autopsy photos, and then for everybody else, I think it just says SD photo card. Anyways, so there was something else. What else were you guys saying? We're talking about.
I wonder why American
I love
Warfighter
corsets.
comes to Chelsea's chat to ask for a friend about wearing toe rings. You would think there would be better resources than you. I'm just saying.
I don't have enough
pointing out
context.
the obvious.
I do have to say something though. I love corsets. As some of you guys that are new or may not know, I am a huge nerd, and I have an entire collection of handmade medieval and Renaissance garb, and that includes many, many, many corsets.
Those are not good for your digestion, I understand.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. However, there's corsets that are different size, like there's different lengths.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some that just they're back in the medieval times
Right.
and the 1700s and stuff. They were trying to look skinny, so they're just squeezing all that fat in there. It's like
You're
you can make.
you're thinking about you're thinking about a little bit later there, Kane. You're thinking about more like the real serious So the corsets that they wore in the medieval and Renaissance didn't actually have as much structure to them. In fact, in the medieval, like some of the corsets that I have actually don't even have much structure at all.
Just
just sort of
comfortable
depends.
kind of thing.
Right, because peasants.
So
the
it's a
peasants
moo corset.
there's a corset called a quarter corset where it's like literally just the top portion doesn't even do the tummy. I have one of those. It's got a
Wow,
collar.
you're really knowledgeable on corsets
I wasn't joking.
and chainmail.
Nerd bit.
Most people don't even know the difference between plate and chainmail.
Heather is asking, what is the standard of nakedness when a... Oh, that's funny.
Do you know how
Heather,
you
I
can
think
tell?
you're going with that. Oh, fuck. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay.
Do you know how you can tell if chainmail is for a man or a woman?
How?
By its little balls.
Did you just make that one up?
I did.
Good job. Y'all. Okay. Let's go back to the pictures. Okay. So we were talking about the beer pong. Let me unshare, reshare. Okay. Where did Twiz go? I'm just like, I was so confused because I thought he was
Twitch
coming.
is watching. Twitch is always watching.
Okay, well, I thought, look at, I hadn't even noticed this part. Again, there's so much to look at when you look at this little cart over here. What the fuck is this business? This thing over here with the flowers on it and the lights, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Delicate Lady. Like if you go to like a fancy salon, I've never even done this before, but like if I try to picture like where people go and they get like their nails done and like facial stuff done and whatever, I picture shit like this. Like
Right.
women at a bridal party. That
A
you know
cart.
that
It's a cart. It's a beauty cart kind
it's
of
a cart.
thing.
But like the fact that it's like gold and has all
It
the
used
flowers.
to have wine bottles on the bottom shelf. We've
Exactly.
seen in other pictures.
And there's champagne glasses and shit here, right? This
Right.
makes me think of ladies who lunch. Fancy rich ladies who lunch.
Classy, rich
Classy.
people stuff.
And you know what's really funny is just the juxtaposition with the beer pong next to each other, right? Because
It is a good contrast. Good eye.
Yes.
Nice pickup.
and the other thing too is this art on the wall, same thing. This art on the wall here behind the fancy cart, same vibe. I'm talking about, 55, nothing wrong with being 55, but like I'm just picturing like middle-aged women, or even younger women, but like if you're younger, the vibe I get from here is like bachelorette bullshit or like that type of thing. Bridal party, bridal shower, bridal shit, right? Or I could get a vibe of like maybe you're like already married, maybe you're in your 50s, and like this is just sort of your style if you're like trying to have a ladies who lunch date or something. Like you go,
Right.
I don't know. You know what I mean?
I agree. Yes.
And all of it is just the juxtaposition with the beer pong is just a whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that wall art looks like something you'd see at TJ Maxx or Home Goods or one of these places.
Right. It's the
very generic.
Yep. Kind of like when you buy a picture or a picture frame, it comes with a picture in it, and you leave the picture. It's like that.
Came with the frame.
Yep.
It came with the frame.
I agree with that.
That's from The Burbs, the movie The Burbs.
Oh my god, I love that movie. Oh my god, I love that movie.
You remember when they went into the Klopek's house?
Right.
And they who's this in the picture?
Oh my god.
Is that your family? And Mr. Klopek is like, it came with the frame.
I freaking love that movie. I love that movie. I forgot that was in it. Oh my god. Dude.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
It's so fucking good. We should have a squirrel movie night in the Discord and watch it. I'm sure I've got it. I'm sure I've got that movie. It's so good. It's so good. It's one of those movies that like I loved it as a kid, but even as an adult, it's like still so good. Not that I'm saying
YouTube doesn't let you stream their like movies anymore, so you can't stream a movie. They blacked it out.
I didn't even know YouTube had movies. Wait, hold on. YouTube has
movies? YouTube has movies you can watch.
Oh, okay. Never heard.
It's over by where they're on the left-hand side when you're.
I've literally never even noticed it or clicked on it. It's just so funny. I mean, but isn't that what I'm trying to figure out why it would have that? Because like, don't you do Netflix for that type of thing? I
mean, I don't know. I don't always feel like going to like. There's all kinds of stuff like Pluto and what's another one? Stuff like that in Netflix, but sometimes you just want to stay on YouTube, and they have a lot of primetime movies. There's one I think you might like that I saw the other day. It's called Freaks, and it's the guy who played Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars, the newer ones, and this little girl's like the next Dakota Fanning, and it's a really compelling story right from the get-go. You'll love it.
Do you have to have seen Star Wars to appreciate it?
I didn't even realize it was the guy from Star Wars until like the movie was over.
Well, there you go.
I was like, man, this guy's a good actor. I'm like, I recognize him from Star Wars. He was a really good actor.
So whatever Clever has a question, if I remember the part about the furniture. So far, the only thing that I've seen that seems to reflect that is the part about the nightstand being pushed weirdly against the wall, which is this. And this makes sense, right? Because again, I get the impression from this picture that Xana was like cornered over here, right? And was trying, like, where do you go? You're backed into the corner.
And Ethan won't wake up.
Right. And so, but that so far, I haven't read I haven't read anything in any of these reports so far. Again, I'm only on number 64 about there being anything knocked over, for example. Like, there's nothing knocked over. It's like the only thing so far that I've seen is this being pushed against the wall.
And look at that flimsy bed frame. I mean, you would think if there was people, like if I jumped on that thing would collapse for sure. And so if you had this big, huge struggle, it doesn't even look like it's been moved whatsoever. The bed frame itself, it looks like it's in its original position. And that thing looks like just if you bumped up against it wrong, the corner would come out and all this stuff.
Blow on it, it's going to fall.
It's like a camping bed. You know what I mean? What do they call those?
I mean, it's got wooden legs. It's got, I mean, it's, I see what you're saying, like a cot.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. But I will say, so it is cot style, but it does have it is wooden, looks like.
You got to watch the way you say cot, don't you?
I don't know that I've ever said it before on a live stream, because I mean, how often does one talk about cots,
What are you doing in there? We're setting up our cot.
Oh my god.
Maybe British accent.
Cot.
Me.
Okay,
wait, go back to that picture. I'm sorry, I had one more observation.
Yes.
So allegedly Ethan is buck ass, right? What is that yellow thing on the left side on his right leg? Why is it yellow there? It's interesting.
I think there's like a stuffed animal there or something.
Right.
Because I saw another picture that I think there's one down here. I think there's like 2 of those stuffed animals.
Do you have that picture that you speak of?
I don't remember where I saw that, and I don't know that I have it. I was trying to grab these right before the live stream, and it's so funny because they're like, it's hard to tell because they're all dispersed, right? It's like you get one here and one there, and I don't know that I saved the other one, but there is another picture with and it's and then also commenting on the house, so saying that the house did everything. I will just say instead of saying like, was there ever a time where a house stayed up? I have never heard of a house being torn down except for this case. And for those of you guys who are new, I've been covering trials and watching trials, and even if you can't watch it, it's a lot.
Okay, so here's a question, Chelsea. They said that part of the reason they wanted to tear the house down was because it was so toxic. Does anything you've seen so far look like anything that a crew, the disaster relief crew or whatever, couldn't easily clean up?
I thought the toxicity part, well, okay, let me just say this. I could do an entire live stream about the house. So without doing that in the middle of this live stream, what I will say is this. My interpretation of the toxicity thing, and this is just from what they said, and I mean, in my opinion, it was likely just an excuse, if not definitely an excuse. But nonetheless, my interpretation of what they intended it to be was toxicity from all the chemicals they use when they start doing all the testing.
Right, but still, I mean, it's
not from cleaning it up.
I pictured it was just flooded and just the walls were soaked, and it was like The Shining when the elevator opened up. You know, this is standard run of the mill disaster people cleanup. It's nothing to me.
Right, but again, I don't think it was the cleanup that they were trying to reference. I think they were trying to reference after like cleanup, quote unquote, although we know that law enforcement doesn't do that. But
even with the added chemicals from the police, it doesn't seem to me that it would be overwhelmingly difficult to clean this.
I mean, again, I'll just say I've never heard of a house being torn down except for this one. So you can pick any number of the reasons they gave, and all of them are illegitimate because every other murder case has a house that has all of the same circumstances and then some. And like literally, and there's no way. Again, I'm gonna stop myself because literally I could launch into 10 hours about this fucking house, so I'm not gonna do that right now. I mean, it's really. No, stop! Don't do it.
Stop.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that's what they said. I'm not saying that that's in any way, shape, or form.
And here, let's put the icing on that Sunday, Chelsea.
What?
Not only did they tear the house down, but the chief of police himself rented a U-Haul. Clearly it was rented, right? Went into the house with his staff, cleared out all the furniture. Do you think any of the families wanted any of the furniture from this house? I mean, after this happened, no. But he had to get in there and get all that furniture out himself. Why not just have some movers?
I know, but also the furniture should be toxic from chemicals too. To the argument that they tried to make about the chemicals,
right? Yeah, no, exactly. Thank you.
I mean, and here's what I would compare it to. Okay, guys, for any of you guys who know what mold can do, for example, like when you've got a house that's got toxic mold, especially if you're like allergic to mold or sick, like literally. If it's a really serious problem, and I've been in this position, so I can speak to this, literally everything is contaminated because it's a good example in a way because you can't see mold spores. So you could look at something and you would have no idea. It's like, but because it was in the house, it was contaminated and it just is. Like you cannot keep anything. You can't clean it. And that's a good analogy for the type of thing they were trying to say about this house. But again, it doesn't make any sense because literally this never happens in any other case, and B, again, them giving stuff back to the families. Here, take all this toxic belongings back. I mean, it just doesn't. Right. Everything was illegitimate about the things about tearing down the house, so I can't just, I would be here for fucking ever. Which is nothing wrong with that, but like was not planning on.
On top of it, Chelsea, they were so excited to tear it down, that they made promises that they never kept as far as they're going to make it into the memorial garden, and they trampled right over that by doing that rest stop bathroom memorial that they put on campus.
We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to save it for another live. I mean, really, I can't. It's too much. I'm trying to not launch into a whole thing about the house, but we can do that. Let's not do that right meowy.
Did I get carried away? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. I the thing is I will get carried away, and I'm trying to stop myself from getting carried away. But like, just hearing you talk about all you have to say is like 2 words related to the house, and that's enough for me. Like, I'll want to talk about anyways. So it's not you, it's me. It's a me problem.
It's a trigger.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. I can't. I have to try to block the house bit.
I think we're all that way
because it's
too.
too much.
Listen, Linda Lane. Nice to see you. Some kittens this year.
Yeah, and Happy Annie's is right. Yeah. Well, fuck the house. Well, one of the many reasons they gave, they being law enforcement, they being the prosecute, whatever. There were a lot. They get, it's like one of those things, right? Where it's like when you're a kid, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Like if you're a kid in like elementary school and like you miss school or you skip school or something, and I don't know. This is just what they would do in movies. I don't know. Anyways, like if you're a kid and you skip school or whatever, you don't do your homework. Let's do that. Let's say if you're a kid, you didn't do your homework, and the teacher's like, how come you didn't do your homework? And you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I had the flu. Versus the teacher's like, how come you didn't do your homework? And you're like, well, I had the flu and the dog ate it and I broke my leg and I don't read English and I lost the paper and I was out of the country and the list, and it's like, okay, well, you know what? Now it's too many things, right? That's this house, but times a million. Like, so.
But somehow it's okay when they say it, and then everybody just believes it.
Who believes it and who thinks it's okay? I don't understand.
The town seems to believe that Bryan Kohberger is guilty. And
hold on. That's a different. We're talking about tearing. Oh, we're not talking about, but yet we are talking about the tearing down of the house, not anything about Bryan Kohberger.
Well, I'm just saying that the people that don't believe what they say is an infinitesimal amount of percentage of the general population.
I mean, here's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if there were community members who thought that the house should stay up. I wouldn't be surprised. But regardless, the thing is that I will say is I guarantee you that law enforcement did not do a poll. They didn't survey the community. I guarantee you that regardless of whether it was accurate or not, they were saying that. That's my point. It could have been true. It could not be true, right? That the community sentiment. But you know what you would have to do in order to actually say that? You would have to like poll the community and get input and bring in independent third parties, not law enforcement, bring in independent third parties and do a really legitimate study and ask real questions to try to, if you actually wanted to get the pulse of like, what does the community feel about this house? You know what they never did? They didn't do any of that. So how can they even say one way or the other, whatever. Anyway, again, whole thing. Remember when I said about the house? Anyway, I could go on and on and on and on.
Well, they would also have to give a shit what the community thought. And they clearly did.
So,
It makes you wonder why Steve G was surprised that the prosecution made the plea deal without his consent. They've done everything without your consent. For God's sake, they tore the house down.
Right.
I mean, that was 2 years ago. You haven't learned yet? When are you going to learn?
So the closet, I was literally just looking at the closet. That's really funny. I was literally just looking at the closet. I don't know that this has a door on it. We don't have another picture. Well, I'm trying to think. I might have it in one of those other pictures where it's empty.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder, it could be, it looks like it has tracks on here. Hold on, let's take a look. I was literally just looking at that closet when that comment came in. It looks like it might have those tracks down there. So it might be a sliding door versus an opening door. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean with the tracks there?
Yeah, it's called the pocket door.
And those are the doors that, has anybody ever had doors like that don't always fucking break? I'm telling you what, especially in a house like this, right? Those doors that fold like that.
Yeah.
Or is that? Hold
Oh,
on.
folding doors. I see what you're saying. A bifold. Yeah.
Yeah, where they fold. Yeah, see, he knows the actual word.
Gotcha. I thought you were saying a pocket door.
I don't even know what a pocket door is.
I've always wondered if that's where somebody was hiding out. I really think this thing was a worst case horror scenario if it happened in the house. That somebody was laying in wait and just waited till the right moment and just.
I have to say something else too. This intake vent here for the air is way too small.
Up.
It's way too small. The fact that like that's crazy. Boy, the air quality in the house has been awful because that is not sufficient for a house of this. Like that should be a lot bigger, and it's also a weird place for it. So yeah, so I think that right here,
yeah, that is
you
weird.
guys see where my hand is?
Usually they're in the floorboards.
This I think is the wall and not the door because I'm wondering.
It looks like it's been removed. Look at it, Chelsea. Zoom in on it. It looks like it's been taken on and off.
What?
Does it look like the corners are kind of bent up, or is it just the shadow? It looks like it's been removed several times.
Well, you would have to pull it off in order to change the filter.
Well, you know why you...
This air filter, you know what I mean?
Right, true. That's a good point.
Which, by the way, I speaking of which, I'm overdue to change mine. I need
that is a tiny, tiny air hole, though.
It is. It's like I live in a 2-bedroom house that's really quaint and cute, but it's small, and it's just perfect for me and my dog. But anyways, my intake vent for my house is like 5 times or maybe more.
It's the size of those filters that you buy at the grocery store.
Right. Like my venti thing is like if you compare it to the size of the this green thing on the wall. Well, you know what? You know what it's like? It's about I think even bigger. Look at the stupid art on the wall, one of those guys. Yeah. My venti thing is bigger than that. And I live in a small anyway, that's just crazy. But as far as this goes, so let's take a look here. So this...
Well, a lot of the times those intakes don't use filters. The reason I'm saying it looks all benty up is because if you're someone that's changing the filter, you're going to do it carefully, put it back on nicely, get the filter in there. This looks like it was taken off quickly and put back on. That's why I'm saying perhaps that's where something was stored. If you catch my drift.
I don't know. If you put things in it,
they kept something they wanted. If they wanted to hide stuff for in case the cops came in, that's where they put it.
I mean, what they did, but the cops found drugs, so.
It looks like there's just a lot of activity around that vent.
So far, we know they found blue powder. I think it was Adderall. Anyway, whatever.
I think it was Xanax. Adderall's, I don't think, is blue.
There's blue. No, there's blue Adderall.
Is there? Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, the pills,
maybe
the tablets. I don't know what they're called. Okay, they're saying it's a regular door. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Wonderful. Thank you. That's interesting, though. Then they're saying it's a regular door. So what's this on the floor then? I wonder.
Zoom in a little more.
What is this then?
That could just be the transition. I think it's just like a transition strip. But the white one does... That also could be a belt or a Hot Wheels track. If it, I don't know. It could be a hanger.
Okay, so my best guess maybe would be like one of those extension cord things because they have a fuck ton of those.
Oh, that's a good guess.
Yeah, like right here.
We'll go with that.
They have a ton of them everywhere. See how there's a power strip. I'm wondering if that's what it is. Could be.
Twist is very smart electronically.
Welcome, KK Bella.
Twist
new here. Well, that's awesome. Look at this. We got a break. So I love it when people enter the chat for the first time, especially if they're like been a little bit tentative. We're very nice here. We love everybody. Squirrel Crew's the best. Welcome.
Wait, I'm not nice.
Kane's not nice. Everyone but Kane. Okay, so
I didn't mean to scare you, Chelsea.
Is that delayed? Okay, next picture. We have this one. So I don't know why this is. Where are we? What room are we in? Hold on. What room?
That is, I think, Kaylee's room. Or Maddie's room. Maybe Maddie's. There's the white desk.
Hold on. Let's go to some more pictures because her room is neat. Like it looks like here. This is Kaylee's room. And by the way, so there you can kind of see the blanket. This is Kaylee's room. I don't think that other thing, this business. Hold on, let me go back to this picture. Like these stairs are really messy here on the right. Look at all the shit.
They look like they have blood on them.
They do. That could also be scuffs though from people running up and down with dirty shoes. This business. I mean, I'm wondering if this is just like one of those weird hallway things in some weird place, and I'm wondering if it's like near the laundry room because there's
like a sofa table or something.
Like, you know how you're saying the layout's all weird? Like, I wonder if this is one of those awkward areas where they couldn't really make it into a room or a hallway, and it's just like an awkward thing because it doesn't look like it has a purpose. It looked like this is a really puzzling picture to me. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Maybe that's the downstairs utility area or something.
Like, what have we got?
Yeah, hair product.
You know what? I think I know what brand this bottle is here, though. This blue bottle.
Is that a condom? That purple thing? On the left?
I think that's one of those.
What's blurred out? Look, something's blurred out, too. I didn't notice that.
Oh, they did blur something out there. So, what is this stuff here? Do you see my hand? What is this?
I don't know. I was thinking you would know that, like, makeup stuff, like brushes or something.
This stuff. What is this? Okay,
maybe
first of all, I think I can identify the brand of this purple bottle.
You guys, Aussie brand?
I think that's a 10 or whatever it's called. Is that what it's called? That's a what's it called?
That's the Schindler's List.
Oh, someone's saying Victoria's Secret. Okay. Heather's saying the steps that are closest to the driveway. Wait, what? Hold on. The steps with all the stuff. Oh, thank you. The steps with all the stuff on them is the steps between floors 1 and 2. That would make sense then why it's all gross and nasty and whatever. And then, okay, that makes sense, Heather. Thank you. Until then, it probably is mud. You think about it. If you've just come inside, yeah, it's probably mud, scuffed up business.
That does seem like a weird thing to blur out, though. It looks like it's a mascara. Or a lipstick.
You know what it might be? Okay, hold on. So if these are ID cards, I bet I know what it is. Heather, thank you. So is this a rolled up bill right here? Because how did they make it so skinny? I've never rolled up a bill, but like, wouldn't you have to like tape it to make it do that? But I do see the card, definitely. I'm wondering if this other blurred out one is another card because you know how it has the black strip on it. And then it could be
has their face on it.
It could be a
Gotcha.
or credit card number, something like that. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But but now I need to understand the bill.
Maybe that's where they were using the cards to chop up the party substances on. And that's a straw. That little yellow thing.
That's what we were just saying, Kane. We already that's what we were saying.
I was just making sure you were paying attention.
Thank you, Kane. Heather's saying that this is the rolled up bill, but I'm like, how the hell do you get a dollar bill to stay like that though? Do you tape it? Because then wouldn't that ruin it? I mean, well, if you use it for that, are you still going to plan on spending it at some point?
They say that most of the $100 bills in circulation have that on it.
See, because Heather says it's the license in a rolled up bill. I mean, that was what was described in the document, so it would make sense that this is what this picture is. But I'm just like, how the fuck do you get your dollar bill or however many, whatever the value is? Like, how do you get it to do that? You know what I mean?
Wind it really tight.
Yeah, but how does it not unwind?
I don't know.
Doug is saying you wouldn't put anything in the vent, you could cause a fire. That's also true. Oh, you don't have to tape it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Lots of use.
Somebody's used it often.
I've never even had a $2 bill, and I've also never
have you ever tooted anything in your nose, Chelsea?
No, I have not. I would tell you if I had. Y'all know I'm
Me either.
Well, there you go. We are the non-tutor nosers over here, apparently.
One of us is lying.
Yeah, for some reason I had a feeling that might have been the case.
I appreciate you not calling me out and giving me the benefit of the doubt, though.
Of course, though. I mean, many of us were there. We played Never Have I Ever. I think actually we did more than one round of this on members only live stream.
Didn't we play Strip Never Have I Ever?
We did play Strip Never Have I Ever.
Yeah.
So things going up people's noses was like would have been mild considering what we
It might have been happening. Who knows?
It was great. It was really great.
YouTube contacted me that I qualify. My channel seems to qualify for an interactive game feature with the chat. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they actually do an improvement to YouTube.
You guys, I'm sorry. The stairs on the left. What is this?
They're really bloody.
That's not blood.
No, they're stuffed up though.
Are you looking at the stairs on the left? Okay, here's what I'm wondering if this is. You know, they have all that generic type of art on the wall. I'm wondering if that's actually a reflection, because how the fuck would the stairs have that pattern on them? I think it is one of their weird art things that they, the generic art things, you know what I mean? And then it's a reflection, because if you look at the stairs on the left and look at the left-hand side, it's got less of that pattern, and it would be wood. It would match the stairs on the right.
You know what it looks like to me though, Chelsea? Look at the stairs on the right and look at the stairs on the left. And about 4 or 5 steps up, the stairs on the right, the white ones, they seem to start to get scuff marks. And all the scuff marks tend to be on the right side. Because when you go upstairs, you go up on the right side and you go down on the right side coming. So it would it would make sense.
I'm seeing scuff marks in the middle, like where the hand is. What are you talking about? This?
On the stairs on the red one though, it looks like people just went up the stairs on the right side.
I don't even see scuff marks on the stairs on the left because of the way
that's what I think those discolorations are. You are right though. The ones on the white ones are in the middle.
Kane, do you not see the pattern? I just zoomed in more. Do you not see the pattern on the stairs on the ones on the left?
Oh yeah, you're right. It is a pattern, like some kind of lattice.
It's one of those dumb arts that it's a reflection. Look, that's what that is. That's got to be what that is. Huh. You know what I'm talking about? That pattern? Yeah, that's what that is.
Yeah, from a window, maybe it's shining it
out. It could be a curtain on a window or something. Yep, it's reflecting. So that is not. So those stairs are normal and not purple, red with pattern. That is got to be what that is. Yeah, it's a pattern. The stairs on the right lead to the living room. Thank you, Heather. It's weird there. That isn't. The third floor bathroom looks like that. Looks like what? Like it has a pattern like this?
Maybe that's where they put the shower curtain.
Is that what it's called? It's that, there's tons of things that are this pattern. Let me find an example here.
But basically it's lattice. It's that kind of like trellis.
Here, I'll show you guys exactly what I'm thinking this is.
That could almost be a Claire de Fleur or whatever.
Right. Yes. It's a very generic, hold on, I will find, give me 1 second. It's going to be super easy to find because of its genericness.
Chelsea, I have to lay down. Thank you for having me on.
You have to lay down.
I did 5 hours on JJ's, and I was driving all day, and I could stay for. I'll give you another good 10 minutes.
Wait, why can't you lay down though and still talk?
I'd like to be able to explain the semantics of it, but
that's okay. You don't have to. I was going to try to make a joke like you can't talk if you're laying down, like, you know what I mean? Like not being able to walk and talk at the same time, like you can't lay down and talk. Anyway, I was going to make
it's because I speak out your side of my mouth.
It's because what?
What?
What? I didn't understand what you said. What?
I said I speak out of the side of my mouth, so it would just be muffled.
Oh.
It sounded better in my head. So like I said, I'm sleepy.
Okay. You don't have, you can, here we go. I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about here with this pattern. This isn't exactly it, but it's very similar. Let me see if I can find one that's a better example. Yeah, you feel free to go whenever, Kane. Thank you so much for coming on, though.
Yes. This is a great chat. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to see so many people have finally joined us in Chelsea's channel. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome, new squirrels. And good night, Chelsea. Thank you.
Good night, Kane. Enjoy your laying down.
I'll still be listening though.
Okay, Moroccan tile print. That's what they're calling it. Okay, let me find. I'm just finding the
Squirrel.
name of this thing. I love it the other night when I said squirrel and Kane said it at the same time. It was great. Moroccan tile print. I think that's the official name of this thing. Let me see here. Cottons. Okay. Thank you so much, Kane, for coming on. I'm like, oh, it feels so quiet and lonely now. It's so funny because I never used to have, it used to just always be me. And then now I'm getting so spoiled and used to having either Twiz and or Kane, and sometimes both. I guess that's the and now I'm like getting spoiled. Okay, I'm just finding this thing. Again, like Kane said earlier, right? Like I don't give up. Like once I'm on a thing, I'm going to find the thing that I'm looking for so that I can sing the song. And I finally found what I'm looking for. You know, that song. Oh my God, I think I found it. I think I found the exact thing. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Y'all ready? Let me share this to you guys. Just a second. That's yep. Okay. This business, this right here, but in the color of purple. This business. That's it. That's it right there. And that it looks exactly like what's being reflected on those stairs. So now, boy, that was worth it. Now I'm just making fun of myself. Anyways, for anyone who couldn't quite see the pattern that I was referencing, imagine that thing that we're looking at and imagine it being like purplish red. And now we're going to go back to the picture. Hopefully it will help. And that there was a point. So let's go back to that here. Okay. So now if we look at the stairs on the left, do you guys see what I'm talking about with that pattern? Anyone who didn't see it before. Okay, let me see what y'all are saying in the chat. Do, 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 do. The pattern is not usually there. The door open to the left is DM's room. Okay. Interesting. I mean, yeah, the next place I was going to go with this, right, is like, we need to see pictures of the whole house. Obviously, hopefully that's coming because we should be able to place where this came from, right? And it should be where it should be. But we don't have all the pictures yet. Oh yeah, there's the door right there though. I see what you're saying, Heather. Interesting. Has anyone else seen the scene minus the pattern? So far, I mean, in terms of after the crime scene, I don't know that that's been released yet because there's only like 10 pictures that are out apparently. I'm probably way behind the chat. I'm just saying what you guys saying. Must be a reflection. Yeah, that's right. I think it's a reflection of something on the wall, or it could be any wall. It could be, I mean, what is directly, if you're facing those stairs, what's behind you, Heather? Because I'm assuming Heather would know, like, what is directly behind you if you're facing those stairs on the left? I'm wondering. No, it's so, and also here's why I'm saying it's a reflection too, right? Because look at the difference of how much more pronounced it is on the right-hand side versus the left. Now look at, if we're looking to the right, do you guys see the hand? And look where the light switch is. See how there's like this, oh, it's like a flash of purple. Like it's a reflection of, you see that thing? Like that's where it's like, oh, there's got to be some sort of reflection. Like they used the flash on the camera of the phone, I guess, and it made a reflection. And wherever they're standing or the angle of whatever made it more pronounced on this side because that's how reflections and shadows and whatnot do versus that. Those have got to be just hard. They're wooden. That's a reflection of something, right? I mean, it got to be. Okay, the Independent posted. Okay, cool. I'll see if I can find it. Shouldn't the flooring match on our photo? It doesn't, honestly. If you're in a regular house, yes, but in a house that's like for college kids, it doesn't surprise me. It really doesn't. Because like they probably would have, the plan would probably be like you replace one amount of flooring every so many years, and then eventually maybe it matches. But by the time you get to that point, the initial one that was replaced is going to be all worn out to shit anyway, and then you just have to start over again. It's like the snake eating its tail. The image is being taken standing at the left of the good vibe sign. Okay. In front of the Pong table. So long table's at your back. Okay, interesting. Go back to the Pong table. Yes, you got it, Heather. Your wish is my command. Oh, that's those stairs. Okay. That's those stairs. Notably, what they haven't released yet, right, would be the stairs going from the second floor to the third floor. Like if we're saying these are the stairs from like the first floor to the second floor, being the main floor, and these are the stairs going to the second floor. And the reason that, I guess, because someone's maybe identified that has to be Dylan's room. Let me just see something. Where was Dylan's room? Dylan's room, where did you go? Oh, too far. Too far. Too fast for fleas. Too far for fleas. Oh, you're right, Heather. And I remember you did say something. Oh my God, that's interesting. Okay, Heather did mention the weird, look at this reflection thing, guys. It's got that same line as well. Oh my God, what the fuck is this? Do you guys see this? Hold on. Let me get this. Hold on. Pong table we'll get to. What is... I'm just shaking my head. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? And it's there too, you guys. It's in every picture. What is going on? Do you guys see this? Hold on. Look. And it's in the exact same place. Watch. There. What the fuck is happening? Not there. I mean, I'm like, okay, let's see if there's anything that they have in common. So this one happens to be from Never Before Seen Idaho Murder Evidence. So whatever fucking channel it was on, that has it. Okay. This one also, Never Before Seen Idaho Murder Evidence. And I don't even know if this is like a picture from somebody's TV or what. Maybe whoever, you know what? Maybe if these, hold on. If these pictures were taken from somebody watching the fucking news thing on their TV and they were taking the picture, this could be actually their doing if this was behind, if they had this background behind them. Because look, it's only the ones with the fucking thing at the bottom that are from like the TV, right? Holy shit, that's what it is. See, look, this is a normal picture. Doesn't have it. Normal. And then Never Before, done, solved it. Whoever, so, oh my God. So because these pictures, these ones specifically that are messed up, have only been released via what? The news that had it, covered it on a video or whatever, and then people took, somebody must have taken a picture, and then, like, that's what this is. This has got to be from the person who took the picture of their TV. And I will just tell you that that's their wall. Like, you can see at the top right, like, you see how it's crooked? That's their wall. This is their TV. That's probably their background. That's it. You have the images without that shit? Well, awesome. I would love to have them. But without it, it's not there, right? So in other words, it just confirms what I was saying about, but these are the ones that I've seen circulated everywhere. So I don't know. Like, wow, though. I solved the case. That's funny. Wouldn't that be great? Well, I solved at least one thing. We got this one out of the way. And I think we did really well with like the freaking electric blankets and like the straws and like the cups and like the breakfast situation. We've done a lot. We covered a lot of ground here. Yeah, it's this person took this picture from their TV. That's what this is. This is their fucking curtains in the background. You know what's so funny is at some point, I'm sure other people are going to be realizing this, and whoever it is that took these pictures, because these were circulating all over Reddit and all over Google, and this person's probably going to get fucking roasted. for not realizing this, because this was a whole, like, what? And I think Heather just sent me the pictures. Thank you, Heather. Yeah, so there they are without the. So I'm wondering, were these also taken from somebody watching it on their TV, or were these sourced from? I wonder. But they don't have. If it's someone watching it on their TV, first of all, the pictures are straight on, and then second of all, they're not in a weird background. So, anyways, dude. Yeah, the stairs though are like dark brown. It's true that in the picture without the weird reflection from the person that took these pictures, I swear, they're dark brown. And actually, here's the thing. So when you look at the stairs on the right, see how the flat part is white, but then at the tops of the stairs are dark brown, which is really weird looking. Like, that's really weird. It's really weird looking. You see how there's dark brown, and then the dark brown that's on the top on the stairs on the left, that's the color of them in real life without the weird reflection. We'll look at these tomorrow because I'm gonna have to get these from Discord, and I don't have it open on my computer. So what we'll do is the ones that are ruined, there's only a handful of them, but we'll look at the real ones tomorrow. And I'm sure there's going to be more pictures that will have come out by then as well. At least I would think so. But thank you, Heather, for sending those to me, because this is what I found on like everywhere. You're my crown, you case cracker. Thanks, Too Fast. Ed Black, welcome. He's saying he's new here. Can I go back to the picture I'm stumped on? I'm not sure which picture you're talking about. I mean, all the pictures are puzzling. Like one could say like I was stumped on this picture because of the pattern. We solved that one as Too Fast at a crack case. I mean, but that's only just the one issue. I mean, there's plenty of other things one can be stumped on in any of these pictures. People tamper with images. Yeah, I think that this wasn't even tampered with. I think this was just a person taking them, and it was a reflection from where they were standing watching it on TV, and this is their curtain. That's what I think it is. Yeah, Heather found the clear pictures. I just don't know. I mean, like I said, I got home from work. I was frantically grabbing the pictures while also queuing up a number of other things, which we haven't even gotten to yet. You guys, I had a whole plan for this one, and then these pictures took way longer than I mean, there's no way of knowing how long they're going to take. We haven't even gotten through all of them yet, but I had a whole plan here. I had a bunch of stuff queued up. And one of the things I had queued up is from the Ezra McCandless trial, because I wanted to talk about what you can learn from crime scene photos where it shows the body, where there's stab wounds, but certain things are still redacted, and also what I think we can expect in this case, because there's a lot of similarities. And I had that queued up, and then I had some other, what else did I have? I had a bunch of things queued up, guys. I have like a bazillion windows and tabs open. I had a lot of stuff queued. Anyways, I had big plans. We didn't even get to do Twiz bits. This Twiz didn't even come on. So anyways, point being that I frantically grabbed the pictures that I could find, and I'm sorry that I grabbed the shitty ones. I'm sorry, my bad. But it made it for a fun project for a bit, didn't it? At least we got to solve something. I don't know. I'm trying to look on the bright side. At least we got to solve something about the case. That wasn't really about the case. So then there you go. I don't know. You're talking about Xana's room. There's a footprint. Hold on. In Xana's room, that's a plug. Well, we talked for probably a solid, I don't know, 2 hours about that one picture. So for anyone who's new here, there's the fucked up one again. For anyone who's new here, I do really detailed timestamps on every live stream, really detailed. And I mean, if nothing else, sometimes it's helpful for me if I need to go back and find something specific. But anyways, we did talk about this for probably a solid 2 hours. I mean, you could see. Anyways, I think it might be worth revisiting it tomorrow at the risk of being redundant in terms of we literally dissected this freaking picture. Where is the other one? To the extent of which I don't even know that there's anything we didn't talk about. Let me find it in this picture. And I have numerous versions of it. None of them are fucked up, thankfully. But like we literally dissected the shit out. The only thing we didn't talk about is whatever's hanging on the wall where it looks like a lady kind of. That's like the only thing we didn't talk about. We dissected this a lot. So, and that was like one of the first pictures we talked about. So for anyone who missed it, and then we also talked about the other one where there's more blood. Anyways, my brain is starting to feel like it's frying a little bit here. So let me see here. And we talked about this whole thing, right? With the this print. Go back to her room. Which one? This one? I did not see boot marks. Let me be more clear. I have not seen, so far from all these pictures, I have yet to see anything and think it's a boot mark at all. Are people thinking this is a boot mark on the nightstand down here? Is that what people are thinking? That can't be what people are talking about, right? I don't understand. Sorry, my brain's going to break because this is going to end up like the house where I'm like, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I could go 10 hours on how to, if anyone's saying that right above the end, if anyone is saying that that's a boot mark, I could give you 10 hours on how I don't understand how anyone could ever, but maybe that's not what you're saying. I'm just to see what you guys say in the chat. Maybe that's not it. Maybe it's somewhere else. I mean, yeah, I will just say too, as far as we started talking about what was on the nightstand because one of the first things I noticed in this picture at the beginning of the live stream was this pattern with the triangles circled in red. And there's one on the bed and there's one on the wall. And then there's one down here at the bottom on the nightstand that looks just like the same pattern, but with more blood, as if something started bleeding, but was, how wounds do, where they don't just start bleeding all this, like they get worse as they go along. Like something had a little bit of blood and left that pattern and then started bleeding more profusely. This is not a print on the nightstand. That's dripping. That's dripping and there's pooling. And then when you go to, hold on, I need to go the other way. This, right? So down here, if I zoom in, we talked about this for a really long time earlier, but just to reiterate, this part here where the mouse is would be like the part that matches the pattern there, but with more blood. And then Xana, I think, was bleeding. Something about Xana left this pattern by bumping into it on the bed and on the wall. And as one does when they're wounded, they start bleeding more. She's standing here or sitting here, whatever. Point being, probably something from the arm when blood's dripping, right? And then it pooled and it was dripping from whatever it was that left that shape. And then she starts moving, which is why look, the blood droplets go that way. And then what else do you have? You have tons of blood pooling under the nightstand and beside. Now, what's part of the shame here is that the N is blocking. I talked about this earlier. The N is blocking perhaps what could be some of the most interesting and helpful information. If they could get rid of the N, that would be fucking great, because this is where all this blood pooling is happening, but we don't have an option right now at this moment. And then, like I said earlier, as she was over here by the nightstand going in this direction, she ends up right here, and that looks like blood pooling to me. Like this is what I see. For anyone who's new, I don't have a theory of the case. Anyone who's been here a while, if anyone wants to explain, but like I really value being objective and fact-based, and I completely form my own opinions, whether they're good, bad, or whatever the fuck, right? So I don't really get into like the there's like a lot of discussion about this case and like on social media. Like for anyone who's new here, like I don't even know what goes on there. I don't use social media. I really try to stick, to be honest, to the legal aspect, and I follow, like when I was covering this case before the plea, I stuck to what was on the court docket, the court filings. Like that's what I covered, right, in the hearings. And so anyways, as I'm assessing these pictures, I came into this whole thing, this live stream tonight, having just gotten home from work, without hearing anything of what anyone else thought of these pictures. So literally, if anyone wants to go back to the beginning of this live stream, if you're just getting here, I'm just giving you guys my thoughts, literally without having heard anyone else's opinions, and like my first impressions of these pictures, taking that face value without having a theory of anything at all, without having any, like, I don't have I don't know. What are you guys saying in the chat? Is anyone helping me out here? Good night to anyone who's going to bed. Love you guys. Yeah, I remember there was talk of a bloody footprint in the documents. I remember there's talk of a bloody footprint. I will just say I've not seen a bloody footprint anywhere yet. And I believe that the bloody footprint, it was supposed to be outside Dylan's room, wasn't it? I mean, I question everything and I try to be objective and fall. Anyways, in other words, here's the thing. We haven't seen, I don't think yet, a picture of the flooring outside Dylan's room. I'm pretty sure that's where they said the bloody footprint is. Will we see a picture? Does it exist? Does it not exist? I don't know. What I can say is from the pictures that have come out so far, there's nothing that is even remotely close to a bloody footprint. Barefoot or booted or socked. There's no footprints that I've seen anywhere in any of these pictures that have been released so far. So. I too fast. So yes. So anyways, so good. Yes. Again, good night to anyone who's going to bed. So I mean, and the thing is this, right, is like anybody can look at the pictures and see whatever they, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. All of the quotes, right? There's a bazillion quotes one could give about how people can look at the same image and see different things. I mean, it is a fact of life. It is a fact of life. People will look at an image and see different things. I think that is more likely, even more likely when A, parts of the photos are redacted or blurred out, or B, the image quality is not very good, or C, you've got some person taking it with a reflection in their background, or D, whatever. The list will go on. So, like, in other words, it only just adds to the difficulty in being able to be like, this is what this picture shows, right? So you guys can, I mean, everybody's going to have their own things of what they see. But like, as far as like what I see, so far, no boots. Now there are boots, there are boots in a picture. Where is that? There's boots. And I don't even know where the boots, I guess the boot print. Yeah, that was in a dot. Anyway, the only boots, this is what I was going to say. The only place I think boots are involved at this juncture are these boots here. There's boots and those boots seem to be Maddie's boots, maybe. I mean, this is Maddie's room. There's boots there. Clearly, she took her clothes off to go to bed. If you're going to go to bed, you take your boots off, you take your pants off. Normal. I don't know. Like, that's all I can tell you guys as far as my interpretation so far. Those are some boots. And by the way, those are Doc Martens, which is, I have a bazillion. Actually, I might even have that exact same boot. I've got probably, I don't know, 12, 14, 16 pairs of Doc Martens. They're my favorite. I wear them every day, year round, pretty much for the most part. Freaking love Doc Martens. Anyways, so people are going to bed. Yes. Good night. Love you guys. Thanks for being here. And Christina says she enjoyed my commentary. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And also welcome, Carla. And I'm glad you got here. Better late than never. Bloody footprints should be everywhere, especially in the snow. Right. Yes. Yeah, because when they talked about the footprint that was found in the snow, it wasn't even a bloody footprint. And that came up in one of the first docs of this whole thing. It wasn't even a bloody footprint. It was just like a shoe, and they didn't even say boot. They said a shoe print in the snow or whatever, and there was nothing to indicate it was in any way connected. And I think they conceded that it could have been there from whenever. Anyway, good point. There's no bloody footprints anywhere unless it turns out to be accurate of what, again, there was that thing about the footprint, but anyways, we'll see. We haven't seen it yet. That's what I'm going to say. We have not seen it yet. Yeah, the van shoe print. That's what it was. Thank you. Right. You're right. Yeah. God, it's been forever since it seems like forever ago that was ever talked about, right? Like, wasn't that talked about like a really long time ago and then never, like, I feel like that was not mentioned. Was that mentioned at all in the the statement thing? Anyways, I feel like that got dropped. Like that came up at the beginning and then I really kind of forgot about it until this question was being asked. So yeah, I don't know. They are so heavy. They are, but you get used to it if you wear them every day. You can get sick. Yep, you can kick serious butt in them. I just love them. I definitely love them. Yeah, the Vans footprint. That was yeah. Feels like a remnant of the past in a way there. So let me see here. Did we at least look at the pictures of all of the pictures that I have? I think we've looked at them all. We haven't really looked at this one very much. Here, right off the top, quickly, what I will say is that this is very interesting. There's a curtain here. So I wonder if that was a closet. Like, what is, so that curtain is like something you would put up in lieu of a wall or a door for some reason, but I don't know what's behind the curtain. And also this is blurred out over here, and I don't know why. Tell me why. Because there was not any blood in this room. Like, what is over there? These are all questions, right? And I'm sure it's like if I were to zoom in, then there's going to be a bazillion things to talk about. We're going to have to save this for tomorrow. I'm losing my voice. My brain is exhausted. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Christina became a new member. Welcome. Love it. The curtain covers the upper. Oh, thank you. Too fast. Right. That's where the sliding door is. So that's interesting. So what's interesting is that the bed is right next to the sliding door. I would not have expected that. I mean, not knowing what the room was like, I would think that you would want the bed. Now, I don't know, maybe it's not possible, but I would have thought you would have wanted the bed like maybe facing the door. Like, I mean, dude, you see what I mean though? It's almost like it's like the last place you would want to put a bed. You guys know what I mean? But thank you for that information. And also, Christina, thank you so much for the super sticker. I love it. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the support, guys. Those of you guys who are here supporting. And there's numerous ways to support, right? Because it's like your school spirit or like being in the chat or whether it's with a super chat or a super sticker or memberships. We have a great community here. And I'm just really happy that we're having some new squirrel friends. And I tell you what, like I do have other boots. Not all my boots are Doc Martens. I do have boots that are not Doc Martens. The thing about the Doc Martens though is they last way longer than other boots. They're way more like, what's the right word I'm looking for? They're not durable. Like I tell you, I've put these boots through a lot of them through the ringer. Like, and it's like takes years and years and years to finally wear them out, even when you really put them through the ringer. Anyway, they're just, it's like really good quality, I guess, maybe, right? Like, and I really love they have really thick soles and the tread, like, like for example, like even living in Boone, we got a fuck ton of snow. My Doc Martens were always, the tread on those was enough. Like I never had to worry about slipping on ice or whatever. Anyways, but I just love them. Terrible place for bed. Thank you. That's what I was getting at. And that is the better way of saying it. Terrible place for a bed. Well said. Thank you. Very succinct. Built to last. Exactly. Yes. 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 Yeah. Like how things used to be in the olden days when they would like build something to last. Um, what is it that you beat? I want to see what too fast beat Heather to. Oh, the door with the curtain. Yeah. Yeah, you did. You did win on that one. Yep. Yeah, there would have been snow in the house. Well, you mean snow to be getting trapped in the house? I guess it would melt though. Depends on how long, I'm just trying to think. But what is up here? No, I need to save this for tomorrow. I'm just really curious, like what is going on with this redaction here? I mean, it's a cute. Here's what I like about the room. I like that it's got this like nookie thing. You guys like the door frame or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what do you call it. Like this door thing, not the regular door, but this partition. Like that's a cool. Like I like the way that looks. Like that's cool. I would never put the bed next to the door like that ever. No. That's just really weird. And also think about the draft that would come in too, right? Like even just from like a practical perspective, like that is gonna, especially in a house like this, I guarantee you it's not energy efficient. Think about all the cold air that would come in too, right next to your face while you're sleeping. It sounds terrible. And that's another great point to P. Fox taking it to a different angle. As a college student, I wouldn't want my bed in front of a big glass door, if you know what I mean. I know exactly what you mean. Great point. Thank you for that one. Oh, yeah. Before planned obsolescence, exactly. And the thing is really funny. Like the house that I live in, I don't own it. I wish I owned it. I love this house. The house that I live in is one of those. It was built in like the 20s or the 30s. As I have all the original flooring. It's like all original. Everything's all original except for like the appliances in the kitchen, which weren't even like around back then. Basically, it's one of those things where it's like this house has never had a leak. It is so it's built till it is exactly before the planned obsolescence. It's just so sturdy, and the hardwood floors are amazing, and it's like real deal hardwood floors are all original. Anyways, and my violin was made in 1757, so that's even older. But maybe I'm just a fan of hardwood that's built to last. That was I said that was on purpose, that one. Anyways, it's a safety risk, yeah. Yeah, I mean, so safety risk, potential people seeing you having sex risk, and then also for the more thrifty squirrels out there and energy conscious, money conscious, just think about that draft. Plus you got, so, and also I have to say, you also have the door, right? So you've got the door to the room, and then you've got the bed, and then you've got that sliding glass door. I mean, imagine how much you'd have to crank the heat. It's just not good, not a good thing. God, the amount of money they must have spent on the heat for this house. What's at the top of the picture on the right? Oh, are you talking about the Squinguin? I bet you're talking about the Squinguin. So that's the so it's a hybrid. Okay, hold on. Let me do this real quick. It's our mascot. So let's do so whenever I have a squirrely crystal ball, which means I like predict something accurately, we have a little fun festive thing we do, and you can get a good view of the Squinguin here. Those of you guys who heard me say I'm a big medieval nerd, like obviously that echoes that. But anyways, that's the squirrely crystal ball. It's super magical. That's the Squinguin. So it's a hybrid penguin, squirrel, and it's holding a pineapple. And there's a great story behind the Squinguin, and it's short. So I'll tell you guys, there's a lot of new squirrel friends here. My boyfriend, freshman year of college, made that for me. And when I say made that for me, this was before that was easy to do. I don't even know how he did it, but it was like incredible that he was able to make that Squinguin. And so freshman year of college, what year would that have been? Fucking hell, I'm aging myself here. That would have been 2006, I guess. So anyways, so he made the Squinguin because squirrels, obviously. and penguins, another one of my favorite animals, and I love pineapple. So he made me the Squinguin, and it is like one of the things that I've managed to keep ever since then. And what I mean is, like, the original, whatever the file was back then, I don't even think the JPEG existed. I don't even know what it was, but I have like the hard copy, like on paper, and I have like the digital version, and like literally I've hung on to it, and I've used it for many things ever since, because I just feel like it's the best thing. And so shout out to Corbin Linebarrier, who I'm sure is never going to watch this channel and has no idea that Squinguin lives on. But shout out to Corbin Linebarrier for creating the Squinguin. Like literally, I haven't done a single thing to it. This is exactly as he made it, holding the pineapple. And then whatever I do, I just take it and I put it in like other situations, or like, you know, it has different backgrounds. Like we have some really fun stuff with the Squinguin that we do. But the Squinguin itself is exactly the same. I don't even flip it. It's only going to face that one direction. It's exactly the original, because that's how important it is to me. It's the original. Shout out Corbin Linebarrier for that one. So that's the mascot, if you will. We also have Squirrely Speculation. I don't use this one all that much. So there's plenty of other ones too. But yeah, that's the Squinguin for the Squirrel Crew, and that's the story behind it. I have lots of sound bites. I do. For anyone that watched Karen Reed, you guys will appreciate if you haven't heard these. We've got some really good ones here of Trooper Buchanan. How about this one?
I am not a hoe. Please. Balls. You tell me, playa.
I'm not joking when I say I've got like 5,000 of these, by the way. That was just a snippet. And I think you're right that it was the biggest bedroom, Ashley. I do think that. Lana was behind in the live commenting. Am I behind on something? Well, I'm not, but I'm disputing it. I'm just trying to see here. Well, we also noticed earlier, I timed it earlier, that it's either StreamYard or YouTube or both. I timed it out. It's delayed in the chat, like more than usual, because I literally was actually caught up and I went to the bottom of the chat, and like, anyways, I think Twiz might have been there, but whatever. Anyway, it is more delayed than usual, even if you are caught up. It's like they're just not coming in at the same time on my end, and not, I guess, for other people too. And I think that's true also. And like Kane was saying earlier, it's like really awkward, right? Like, in other words, this is one of those awkward things. Like, they have this deck here, right? And look at the space that's there. It's like, well, you could fill the space, but then you'd be blocking the door to get in the room, right? So it's just like really awkward. Like, what can you put there? I think that's exactly right. He made really good points about that earlier from like a construction perspective, which was great. Oh, she was asking about the photos of the stairs. Were we even looking at a picture of the stairs, though? I think, weren't we looking at this picture? And that's why I was like, she has to be talking about the Squinguin, right? Because we were looking at this picture, weren't we? Unless the timing is that off with the chat, with StreamYard. Hold on. I don't think there's a picture yet of the utility. Oh, I know there's not. There's not a picture yet of the utility closet. Yeah, I think that's definitely true as well. About the desk. Photos of the stairs. What is on the top of the picture? So it's the stairs. Okay, but to actually, okay. So she's asking what is up here. Is that one of those like built-in bookshelves or something? Maybe. I'm sure you guys probably already answered that question. Oh, look, there's also another like Starbucks cup there. Oh, TV Nook. It's really weird, right? Because like the vast majority, when you look at the size, when you look at this room, the vast majority of the space, like square footage, is literally has to be kept clear so you can walk to the other side. You see what I mean? Like, look at all this space that can't be utilized right in the middle of the room. It's very odd. That's where their TV is, I think. Okay. Yeah, it looks like one of those built-in shelving things, which I think are pretty convenient. But we don't have enough. We can't see enough to see if there's a TV up there because we're only seeing the bottom of it, right? We need more pictures. We'll get more pictures. I'm sure there's gonna be more soon. Yeah, the utility closet. So, guys, my brain is completely fucking fried, and I feel like I've been of enough of a disaster tonight as is. So, anywho, tomorrow we will continue talking about like I said, I had so much stuff planned, and wow, I think it's great though. Like it's a good thing. Like I think it's a good thing that I had all this stuff planned, thinking like, okay, well, we're gonna look at the pictures and then do all this other stuff. I love being surprised that there's so much to talk about in these pictures, and we're not even done yet. So I hope like this is great. Hopefully Twiz will be able to join us, and then we can do Twizbits, #Twizbits. Anyway, like I said, I have a ton of stuff queued up, so I'll just keep it ready to go for the next one, and we'll pick up with that on the next one. So yeah, the chat's not even loading on my end right now. It's really funny. It's been doing that where it's like I think it's just super slow, and then sometimes it's not even like loading, and then it like all loads at once, and then it's like delayed, and then you're behind. It's great. It's good stuff. You guys, thanks you so much for being here. I hope that you felt like it was you learned something and enjoyed the chat. Our squirrel crew's the best. And even if you're laughing at my expense of being a disaster, that's totally fine with me. I have no problem with it. God, that table must be so sticky. That would drive me crazy. I can't stand sticky things. Okay. So anyways, they really were a big fan of the extension cords though, weren't they? There's just so many. But yeah, we will pick up with this again tomorrow with more of the pictures, and tomorrow we will have these pictures without the red thing. But boy, was that a fun mystery to solve. Anyways, and also thanks again. Shout out to Kane for being here and joining me for a good portion here. Love having him on as always. You guys make sure you guilt trip Twiz if you see him. Twiz, if you're listening, you're lucky that Kane picks up your slack. Just kidding, but not kidding. Half kidding. Anyways, love you guys. Thanks so much for being here and being a squirrel. And we will carry on next time. And in the words of Kane earlier, which I love the way Kane says it better than the way I say it, which it's not like I love the way I anyway, Kane did it better than me. So I'm going to try to channel the Kane here with squirrel out.